How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Zdravstvuyte, with you, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday, special birthday edition, because it's my birthday. It is indeed my birthday. I am 29 again for the 15th time. You know what? Hey, listen, I think I look pretty good for my age. I didn't have kids. Therefore, I don't look my age. That's the key. That is the key to, I have no skincare routine. I don't even take my makeup off at night. That is the key to not looking old, is not having kids. I mean, listen, some people like kids. Some people want to have kids. I can understand, I guess, the virtue of having kids, but I have my money and I have my sanity. And that's good enough for me. So yeah, it is my birthday. Thank you, Grandma Nay, for sending in the $29 super chat. I, of course, am perpetually 29 and not a single day older. Happy birthday. I hope the 29th is the best 29th ever. Thank you, Annie, for sending in $29 to the donate link. If you guys are looking for the one-time gift link, just check the link on top of the chat. I think it is also in the description below. That if you just want to send a one-time gift, you can send it through there. You can also send it through Super Chat, whichever way works best for you guys. But let me know if you send a gift through a link that's not something that I can see on Super Chat, and I will add it to our total, because we're absolutely doing a birthday goal tonight. We're doing oh God, bot sent in 29.15. You guys are going to make me do math. You guys are going to make me do math all night. What is that? Hang on. I'm going to have a calculator. Let me see. I don't know. I can probably just do 30 minus 3, right? 9. So it's 87. 87 so far. We do have a birthday goal, guys. Our first birthday goal of the evening is going to be hitting $290. Nothing happens when you hit the goal other than we celebrate. And then if you guys hit that goal, we're going to do a stretch goal of $440. Just because, that might be, resembling I'm not 440 years old, obviously, but you just add a zero. I just turned 44 and I can't believe it. Honestly, I had to do math to figure out how old I was. Do any other old people have to deal with this? I literally, this happened to me about a month ago, because I was like, my husband said to me, he was like, Karlyn, your birthday's coming up. And I was like, oh yeah. And then I was sitting in my office that night and I was like, how old am I? And I honestly had this conversation. I was like, I had to do math to figure out how old I was. And I was like, wow. We've reached that point. Now, Victor, of course, is like the master of birthday presents. Okay. So Victor always picks out the best birthday presents and Christmas presents. He really does. Victor gets me some cool stuff that I would never think to get for myself. And then I'm laying in bed this morning and he comes in with this giant ass hairdryer. And I'm like, you got me a hairdryer for my birthday. I have a hairdryer. He's like, well, I thought that one was broke, so I got you a new hairdryer. And it turns out my hairdryer was not broke. My hairdryer was working just fine, but the socket needed to have a button pushed on it, because it does this thing sometimes where you have to press a button to reset it. And Victor didn't press the button on the socket. He just assumed the hairdryer was broken. And so he got me a giant fuck off new hairdryer. And apparently he went and talked to women about what kind of hair dryers they like to get the best one, to get reviews. But so he gives it to me, and and this is after yesterday. I told him, I was like, Victor, my hair dryer works. Like, all you had to do is push the button. And he was like, oh, Karlyn, I fucked up on your birthday present then. And I was like, okay. But he felt like, but he felt bad, because he's like, your hairdryer still works, but I got you a new hairdryer. But he's like, but I also got something else for you, but the shipping screwed up. So there was supposed to be another gift here, and apparently my real gift is not going to come until like next week or something like that. So I was like, well, what'd you get me? Just show me the gift. And actually, Victor got me, I cannot wait to see this thing in person. Victor got me a handmade plague doctor mask. See, this is where my husband shines. In picking out gifts that and it's a giant, it's not even a small one, it's a giant fuck off handmade plague doctor mask. And I was like, I never would have thought to buy some. I would have never even thought to look for something like that. But you know who did look for something like that? My husband, because he's the best. Well, it's more like a sculpture. So what I want to do eventually is I want to get a table behind me where I can put cool stuff. But when I redo my office, which I've been saying I'm going to redo for 3 years. Anyway, welcome to Socialism Saturday, guys. We are doing a little bit of a special edition episode tonight because it is my birthday. And so what I wanted to do is I just kind of wanted to take it easy. If I'm honest, we can all earn an easy Socialism Saturday every now and again. And when I say easy, when I say we're going to take it easy, What I mean is, we are going to watch a 3-hour documentary about socialism. When I say we're going to have a light evening, what I mean is go get a drink and a snack, because we are about to watch a long ass episode about socialism. And we are watching a documentary that is in 3 parts called Heaven on Earth: The Rise and Fall of Socialism. It is on the Internet Archive. It is publicly available, so we can watch it, which is cool, because I just wanted to kind of do something chill tonight. Now, if you've never heard of this documentary, I actually was doing some research on documentaries. This is one that came up over and over and over again as being something. Yeah, so this will be probably at least a 5 or 6 hour stream. Congratulations. And this is something that one that came up over and over again. So I said to the AI, what is Heaven on Earth: The Rise and Fall of Socialism about? And the AI said, Heaven on Earth: The Rise and Fall of Socialism is a 3-part documentary series originally aired by PBS in 2005, based on the book by Joshua Merva something Russian. It provides a sweeping historical and ideological examination of socialism, from its utopian beginnings to its catastrophic consequences across the world. Episode 1, The Rise, focuses on the origins of socialism, starting in the French Revolution, and thinkers like Robert Owen, Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels. Covers how socialism offered an alternative to capitalism during the Industrial Revolution, yada, yada, yada. Episode 2, The Revolution, covers the rise of the socialist regimes of the 20th century, especially the Bolsheviks, and later in China, Cuba, and elsewhere. Explores how Marxist ideals were translated into authoritarian regimes under Stalin, Mao, Lenin, and others, the human cost of socialism. And then episode 3, The Collapse, chronicles the decline and fall of socialism in the late 20th century, culminating in the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so this is what we are going to be watching today. And I think it's going to be great. Twalia! I don't know exactly how to say your name, but thank you. You're an Aries woman too. See, listen. Aries women, we understand each other. Hey, I really, really do appreciate it. Let me just add that to our total. See, now you guys are really fucking making me do math today, aren't you? I swear to God. You guys are making me do math, and I do not like it. 77 minus 29 minus 29. So that is actually $20 super chat. Okay, I just had to make sure I had the math correct, because it wasn't in US, and I don't like to make assumptions. So we are now up to 107 on our goal. We are doing great, guys. Now, listen, speaking of AI, because it's my birthday, do you guys mind if I do a little bit of a rant before we get started for Socialism Saturday? Listen, you're not going to have to hear about the rules of Socialism Saturday tonight. We're not going to do a class or anything. We're going to kind of relax and hang out and talk about a topic that we like talking about, because that's what we do on Socialism Saturday. But we're just going to have a light night. So can I do a little bit of a rant before we get started? Is that okay? We'll give people time to file in. If you need a drink and a snack, you can go get it, go take a bathroom break, all this stuff. But I have something to say related to AI. Now, I'm just curious, how many of you in the chat are using AI for something or another? 1 in the chat if you're using AI for stuff, 2 in the chat if you are not on the AI bandwagon yet. I'm honestly just curious, because I have been using AI for many months now, since last year. And I will say that AI has made my life better and my work better. Actually, I've been using AI for a long time. I've been using AI for 2 years. I started using AI at the beginning of 2023. What am I talking about? I was using it a couple months ago. I've been using AI for years. AI has made my life better in so many ways. I think AI has the power to make everyone's life better in so many ways. And one of the most important ways that AI has made my life better for me is it allows me, I think, to do research at a significantly faster rate than I'm able to otherwise. It allows me to load the transcripts of all my videos into the AI to research the connections between all the different content I cover that I might not be seeing. It allows me to research socialist groups very quickly. It allows me to access information that would otherwise take me hours and hours and hours of research to find. It allows me to create things, to make fun of the left. Obviously, I have the Unwoke Art Store. All of the designs in the Unwoke Art Store are AI generated. It allows so much. It can be used for fun. It can be used for work. It can be used for practical things. And what I absolutely have been using AI to do lately is to write books. It is no surprise to anyone that I am using AI to research, to brainstorm, and to edit books that I'm writing. I've written 3 books already this year, and those books would not have been, well, I shouldn't say they wouldn't have been possible. Those books absolutely would have been possible. You could write all 3 of the books that I wrote without using AI at all in any way. However, using AI allowed me to write them much faster, allowed me to edit them much more closely than I probably would have if I was not using AI. And I think it allowed for a much better output that is not only going to be better for the reader in terms of their enjoyability of it, their ability to learn information from it, but is also quite frankly better. It's some of my best work is the work that I have used AI to help me research and edit and brainstorm, because it allows me to do so much more and so much more in an extremely efficient way than I would be able to do otherwise. Well, it's funny though. It's funny because, of course, I have upset some Jews on Twitter in the past week because I made a joke they didn't like about Jewish soda. And so now the Jews of Twitter have decided that nothing else matters except for the joke about Jewish soda. And I'm looking at one particular Jew here because this particular Jew is interesting. This particular Jew does not have a huge following. Couple thousand followers. Doesn't have a huge following. But this particular Jew does have a recognizable last name, doesn't he? Aaron Prager. Aaron Prager is the son of Dennis Prager. It's the only reason he has any relevance at all is daddy. And I think we can all kind of like make the assumption that if the only reason you have any relevance at all as a man is your father, that's probably a pretty demasculizing existence to have. And I kind of feel bad for that because the only relevance that Aaron Prager has is because Dennis Prager is Aaron Prager's father. But Aaron Prager was one of many people who decided to get upset that I made a joke about Jewish soda. And I'm going to use this to talk about another kind of criticism that I've gotten lately related to the AI that I would like to address before we get into the show today, because it's my birthday and I'll do what I want. So he's complaining, wah, 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 she said something about Jewish soda, wah, 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 because he has no sense of humor, because he has a giant stick up his ass, because he has daddy issues, because the only reason Aaron Prager is relevant is because of daddy. So I had responded to him at one point when he was triggered about the Jewish soda thing, and I said, oh, look, another Jew triggered over a video about Jewish soda. Imagine my shock. Anyway, I just published a new book. You guys should all go buy it and focus on something that actually matters. Maybe that way you won't piss so many people off. Now, the new book that I was talking about, obviously, is The Communist Manifesto, a Revolutionary Fairy Tale, which I just published this book this week. This is my first novel. And this is a dystopian fairy tale that I quite frankly have had in my head for a while that follows a communist revolution in the way it has happened in the real world, makes it into a fairy tale. You follow the communist revolution, and then you see the inevitable dystopian decline after the revolution through the eyes of a mother who is just trying to care for her daughter, and that's why she got involved in the communist revolution in the first place. LK in with a $2 super chat. Thank you, LK. I'm going to add that to the total. If you like dystopian tales like The Hunger Games or 1984 or anything like that, I hope you'll consider picking up this book. I'm actually very, very, very proud of this book. And this is another reason why I love AI, because I used AI to teach me how to write fiction. because you guys know I'm a very creative person. I have a lot of stories in my head. I've never written fiction, though, not in any sort of serious way. I've dabbled and I've tried and played around with things. I've never published anything because I was always self-conscious about my fiction writing, because that's not what I do. I'm a nonfiction writer primarily. But I used AI and I said, AI, can you teach me how to write fiction? And can you teach me the differences between nonfiction writing and fiction writing? And can you take me through like some sort of like training program where we practice different things and I put out different things and you help me make them better and more fiction-like? I learned how to do this because of AI, which is just cool in and of itself. If you want to learn anything, you can tell AI, I would really like to learn that thing. Will there be an audiobook of the novel? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not right this second. So listen, if you're waiting for an audiobook right this second, that's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you that right now. I have too many other things I need to do. And I've recorded audiobooks before, and I do not want to put myself through that right now, to be honest. So maybe there will be, maybe there won't be, but if you're waiting for the audiobook and you think I'm about to publish that, I'm not. I don't have an audiobook created. But there are other ways you can listen to it on audiobook, and I'm sure people can find some suggestions on that. It is in paperback and Kindle for people who are looking for that. So we have this really powerful thing in the AI that can teach us how to do things, that can help facilitate those things. And where I'm really digging in on AI is using the AI to help me create as much content as I possibly can to support an anti-communist counterculture, to give people who are interested in critiquing socialism and making sure socialism never happens in America. I want to give you guys content to teach you about what's going on in a way that you can understand, that's broken down in plain English. I want to give you resources for fighting back. I want to dive deep into topics that no one else is talking about, because I'm the one with all the research that's already been loaded into the AI, and we're already kind of putting together things that no one else on the internet is talking about. I want to be able to publish as many resources as I can to help people that consider themselves to be anti-communists understand what's going on and engage with ideas in a way that I think will be beneficial to the type of world we want to create. You know, the right talks all the time about creating its own culture, creating its own culture. We have to create our own culture. We have to create our own movies. We have to create our own books. We have to do this. We have to do that. We have to do this other thing. Guess what? AI gives you the ability to do this. AI gives anyone the ability to do this. And for my money, I think we need more people creating anti-communist content. I think we need more people creating resources to help people understand what's going on, that are hinged into reality, not conservative bullshit narrative, that are actually based in what is going on in the world. Because that is one of the most powerful things that we can use AI to do, is extrapolate a ton of information that we would normally have to go through and find ourselves, to come up with a cohesive explanation of what is going on, why it's going on, how they're doing what they're doing, who's funding it, etc., etc., etc. I've actually used AI. I haven't published this yet because I haven't been talking about it, because I'm still working on it. I've actually used AI to do in-depth background research into all of the groups that are organizing the campus protests and that are involved in the campus protests. Who's funding them? Who's supporting them? How are they connected to each other? And quite frankly, I found out some things about the different groups that we watch on our shows that I never would have found out if it wasn't for AI telling me this person funded both of these projects. That's how they're connected. And it is incredible the amount of information that you can bring together. And so for my money, a tool that is freely available to anyone, a tool, or you pay $20 a month for it. I pay $20 a month for ChatGPT. A tool that anyone can use to ask any question, to learn anything, to create anything. Why aren't we using this? Why aren't more people using this? Why aren't we out there saying, we now have the ability to create the culture that you guys have been talking about creating for years and years and years, and you haven't done. And now anyone can get involved in doing this. For my money, that's actually a good thing. It's not a bad thing. What's my favorite AI for writing and editing? So I do not recommend using an AI for writing. See, here's where the rubber meets the road. I don't recommend using AI for writing. AI is not a good writer. AI is not a good writer at all. AI does things. Now, listen, I have actually made some changes to my writing in response to AI basically telling me this is what people are going to respond to. But AI by itself is not a good writer. So I wouldn't make a recommendation for using AI for writing. For editing, there's sometimes I think ChatGPT does a pretty good job if I need to do a copy edit on something. If I need to make sure something is formatted in the correct way, I'll just run it through ChatGPT and it'll do it for me, which is pretty rad. So let's go back to Aaron here. Let's go back to Aaron. So you would think that Aaron Prager, son of Dennis Prager, would be perfectly fine with people using AI to make content about all the ways in which the far left is bad, all the crazy things the far left is doing, ways to fight back against the far left, creating content to help create culture to fight back against the far left, creating as much anti-communist content as possible. You would think that Aaron Prager, son of Dennis Prager, of PragerU, would be completely fine with someone using AI to create as much anti-communist content as possible. Thanks, Kevin. Here's my $5 contribution to the I'm Not a Jew donation. That timing on that could have been better, Kevin Michael, but I do appreciate the money. Listen, nothing wrong with being Jewish. I really actually do mean that. I personally, listen, to be very clear, I do not personally care if someone's Jewish. I care if someone's an intellectually dishonest asshole. That's what I care about. And I think that's what everyone should care about. Who cares if you're Jewish or Gentile? Who cares if you're Catholic or Christian or Baptist or Protestant or Episcopalian? Who cares if you're atheist? I don't give a fuck if people are atheist or spiritualists or new age woo-woo junkies or astrologers or tarot card readers or Hindus or Buddhists or gay or trans or white or black. Who the fuck cares? What I care about is, are you an intellectually dishonest shill, or aren't you? Yep, people could even be Gnostic. Thank you, Kazmar, for the super sticker. Thank you, Murphy's Pool. I do appreciate that. Let's get those added to our total. Gosh, again, you guys are making me do math, and I am resentful of it. I think that's about where we are. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh my gosh. You guys are sending in all the super chats now. Benjamin Jackson with the $50 super sticker. Thank you. Renan in with the 20. Thank you, guys. Oh my gosh. Now I have to do math again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. We're doing it this way. We're doing a calculator. I apologize, guys. I want to get this math right, though. You guys are being so generous tonight. Plus 29. Okay, 206. There we go. So back to Aaron, Dennis Prager's son. So it's interesting because when I scroll down this post, hey, everyday therapist, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Thank you. Boom. So when I scroll down this post, we see Psycho Frank McCormick. And the reason I say, for people who are unfamiliar with Frank is a so-called anti-woke activist who basically has gone off his psychiatric meds. And I mean that literally. I'm not just saying that. He literally tweeted several months ago that he went off his psychiatric meds. We have the screenshots. Like, this is not me telling tales out of school. This is not me saying something that isn't true. He actually went off his psychiatric meds, okay? Psycho Frank McCormick is obsessed with me and talks about me all the time and all this stuff. And so Frank, because he's a retard, responded and said, she didn't write her book. It's AI generated. And then Aaron Prager seems to be agreeing with Frank that I'm just using ChatGPT for everything. Why is Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son? We know why Psycho Frank is lying. We don't expect Psycho Frank to tell the truth because he's off his psychiatric medications and he acts like that every single day on Twitter. And if you can't look at Frank's Twitter feed and see very clearly that he's off his psychiatric medication, I don't know what to say for you, man. You might not be smart enough to be here. But again, I go back to Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son. Why? I guess my question is this. Even if I was using ChatGPT to just generate everything, and I'm going to prove to you that that's just not what's happening in a second. Even if I was, why would that matter? Don't we want more anti-communist content in the world, not less anti-communist content? More on that in a sec. Kazmar has gifted 5 channel memberships. Who got a channel membership? Jardam, Dracus, Mojave, Termite, Boss Bully Boy. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership. Yeah, so even if I was using ChatGPT to write whole books, I'm not actually sure why that's a problem as long as they're supporting anti-communist culture. But the thing is that that's literally not possible. So let's go back to ChatGPT. I want to show you guys this. For people who are unfamiliar with AI, and we're not logged in under my main account here. This is just like this is just a dummy account. What is intellectually dishonest about it? Is the information true or is the information not true? Is it intellectually dishonest to research using AI? Is it intellectually dishonest to have research assistants do your research for you, which is what most people do when they're writing a book? Oh, Frank is being intellectually dishonest. Yeah, well, we can agree on that. Yeah. So I wanted to do this. Let's just do this right here. Please write an anti-communist book that will sell 1 million copies. Let's see what the ChatGPT does. Let me show you guys exactly what the ChatGPT does when you tell it to write a book for you. The Utopia of the Killed, How Communist Dreams Become Human Nightmares. Okay, that sounds pretty generic. They promised heaven on earth. They gave us death, despair. Okay, that is going based on the documentary we decided to look at. Here's the concept of the book. No outline or anything. Target audience. Oh, they do have a structure. Okay, they've got an introduction. This is a very basic kind of like communist history book. Looks like the same book that's been written 1 million times before, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. Okay, so now we have kind of like a very basic bare bones outline of some sort of communist book. Let's see what the ChatGPT will do if we tell it to write it for us. Yes, please write the intro and first chapter. Let's see what actually gets generated when you tell the... And this is why, like, I laughed when I think Maria asked me, what are you using to write? Let me show you what happens when you tell the AI to write it for you. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you. Yeah, it got it wrong in the first sentence. Yup. Listen, guys, AI is not infallible. I cannot tell you. I have probably fact-checked more stuff from AI, using AI to fact-check AI, than I have ever fact-checked in my life, because AI makes mistakes all the effing time. Okay, here's the introduction. They lied to you. They told you communism was about equality. It's not. That's never something I would say. They told you it was about justice. They told you it would liberate the poor and uplift the oppressed. They lied. Communism is not theory. It's not a dream, blah, 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 like meaningless pontifications. This introduction doesn't say anything. Have I ever in my life written a book that had an introduction that didn't say anything? Let's look at chapter 1. Let's look at the in-depth chapter 1 that it just wrote for us. It began like all revolutions do, with a promise: bread, land, peace. This is chapter 1. This is all of chapter 1. This is the AI-generated chapter 1 of the anti-communist book. Are you guys getting the point I'm making about this? Yeah, it's giving me so much. So much content that doesn't say anything. Hey, Kev, I appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me add it to our total. Thereabouts. The point I'm making with this: if you retards think that I can write an entire book just using AI, that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. And literally, no one who has ever tried to actually use AI to write a book is going to be able to use AI to write a book. It is easier to just write the book. So then, and I know you guys are saying to wear a crown. I don't want to wear the crown. I don't want to wear it right now. It's uncomfortable. I don't want to. Salty says, you were 100% correct about James Lindsay. The man is delusional and currently going through a mental breakdown. I appreciate that, because I tried to tell everyone years ago and no one listened to me. So my point is this. Why are they lying to people? Why is Psycho Frank McCormick lying to people who claims to be anti-woke? Psycho Frank McCormick, who was just interacting with the CEO of PragerU the other day. Psycho Frank McCormick, who is James Lindsay's best friend, who everyone who's been watching James's unhinged meltdown on Twitter knows exactly what's going on there. Why is Psycho Frank McCormick lying to people and being overtly intellectually dishonest? And why is Aaron Prager, who is Dennis Prager's son, agreeing with him and trying to convince people that I'm using ChatGPT to write my books, when literally anyone who tries to use ChatGPT to write a book will know that you cannot use ChatGPT to just go in and say, write me this book about X. That's not how it works. AI is phenomenal for research. Phenomenal. Allows you to do hours, days, weeks worth of work in a single sitting. It is game changing. AI as an editing tool is pretty damn good. It's not perfect. You still have to read everything. You have to double check everything. AI ignores things I tell it to do, like, literally all the time. Like, if I have to tell my AI one more time, do not construct sentences by saying it's not this, it's that, or don't construct sentences as a question, or don't use that punctuation, I want you to use this punctuation, or change that thing I already told you to change 15 times. If you guys knew of the fights that I've been in with AI when I'm trying to get the AI to do something and it is not listening to me, you will understand that you need to read everything yourself and you need to make sure that everything is good. But it can also be really helpful sometimes. AI is a brainstorming tool. Fucking great. Hey, take this crazy idea I have and make sense of it and write me a business plan for it. It's not perfect, but it's a great place to get started. Everyone should be using these tools. Literally, everyone should be using these tools. So then why? What is the benefit that people like this, Dennis Prager's son, have to lying about it? I'm going to tell you why. Because AI allows anyone to make whatever content they want to make. AI will facilitate you in creating things that maybe you could have done it on your own. You could have done it with more time. You could have done it with more money. You could have done it with more investment. It's not that you can't create it on your own, but AI can help you create it a lot faster and a lot better than what you could do on your own. Why are they opposed to this? If people like this claim to care about beating the left, then why wouldn't these people want you to be creating as much anti-communist content as possible? And Chad knows the answer, because they are gatekeeping. They are trying to silence voices who they don't like. These are not people who create things. I wrote about this in a book I wrote several years ago called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. There are two types of people in the world, guys. There are creators and there are destroyers. If you use AI correctly, AI will unleash your creativity to do whatever you want, and it's awesome. But people who only know how to destroy, they don't know how to do that. Now, let's do a little experiment. So this is my author page on Amazon. If you look me up on Amazon, I do have an author page. I think it might actually be like /Karlyn. Anyway, you can see the books I've written. You can see my first book, which was Zen Your Work. I wrote that in 2018, I think. You can see Actively Unwoke. That came out. I wrote it in 2021. It came out in 2022. You can see the books I've written this year: Brief History of Racism, Debunking the Communist Manifesto, The Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale. The next book I'm working on is Be Gay, Do Crime, the story of militant queer activists, the Mary Nardini Gang. By the way, if you tell the AI to write the story of the Mary Nardini Gang, the AI is not going to come up with nothing. Let's look at what Aaron Prager's written on Amazon, shall we? Aaron Prager. You mean to tell me that Aaron Prager doesn't have a author page? Aaron Prager doesn't have any books? You mean to tell me that Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son, who's on Twitter shitting on people who use AI to brainstorm and edit books, you're telling me that he's never written a book before? Where's Aaron Prager's book? Where's Aaron Prager's anti-communist archive of information? How's Aaron Prager helping people? What is Aaron Prager doing to serve the world? Why doesn't Aaron Prager want people to be publishing anti-communist content if they're using AI to research and edit it? How about Frank McCormick? Oh, this is just in a Kindle. Well, you know what? Let's be fair. Books. You know, we'll do a search for Aaron Prager in the general book category, not just the Kindle category. Still no Aaron Prager's. Fascinating. So Aaron Prager's never written a book. Okay. Frank McCormick. Is that how we spell his retarded name? Yeah. Has Frank McCormick ever written a book? Not seeing it. Not seeing it. So how funny, right? How funny. The men over on Twitter who are trying to convince people to ignore my work based on me using AI to research and edit it, when it is actually impossible to write a book using AI. Oh, you're right. Frank does have a dead Substack. You're absolutely right. Let's see what Frank's handiwork looks like. Chalkboardheresy.substack.com. Frank surely is giving something of value to the world. Hey, Gothic, I appreciate it. Frank McCormick surely wouldn't be just spending all his time talking shit on Twitter. Surely he would be creating something of value for the world, right? Looks like the last article Frank published on his Substack was August 5th of 2022. So it's been a couple of years since Frank McCormick wrote anything related to fighting back against the left. And now all he does is spend time on Twitter talking shit to people. And now we know that Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son, has never written anything to help people fight back against the left either. So my point is this, guys. You all have to be the best judge of whether or not you want to read books that I write that uses AI to research and edit. Because you're goddamn right I use AI to do that. I would be stupid to not use AI to do that. Everyone who is not using AI for something right now is really missing out, and you are missing the boat. And I promise you, if you do not start using it, and this is true in your workplace, this is true in your community, this is true in your hobby group, you can literally, I used AI to write a knitting pattern. You can literally use it to do anything. These tools exist for a reason. And imagine being like Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son, and actually having a tool that's available to you that you can use to create amazing content, to help people fight back against the left, to create anti-communist counterculture, to do anything of value at all. And not only do you not do it yourself, you shit on other people for trying. And you try to make it seem that the only valid thing to do is something in which you don't use AI at all, or you just don't even create anything at all. There are YouTube channels that teach people how to use AI to develop recipes. You can use AI art for anything. AI music. It's just like, it's so stupid to not embrace this. So the last thing I'll say, and then we are going to get into our documentary, because I've been ranting and raving for a good long while, and thank you guys for allowing me the latitude to do this, because this topic actually does drive me insane. This is like artists, like painters, when the camera came out, saying, no, we can't use a camera because that's not real art. Everything has to be hand painted in order for it to be real art. And now, do you know what artists are doing today? Artists are using 3D printers. I know because I have some prints that are done like this. This print right here, this print with the guy with the big bubble head, this print was created on a 3D printer, and it looks exactly like an original painting. I have 2 original paintings from this guy, from Create. Create is one of my favorite artists, KRE, the number 8. I have 2 original Create paintings. They're giant, fuck off huge. They were also thousands of dollars, okay? I paid thousands of dollars for original. I have no problem with original art at all. This one was created on a 3D printer and costs a couple $100, and it looks exactly like the real thing. Now, the real thing will always be worth more money. The real thing will always be more valuable. But you're telling me we shouldn't be doing that to democratize art, to make art available to more people? I disagree. And in the case of writing and researching and articulating nonfiction information, which is what I primarily do, there is no reason we shouldn't be using AI to do this. And I don't think that it makes it less valuable. I actually think it makes it more valuable, because we're able to produce this information so much more quickly. When I published Zen Your Work, I had to wait a year and a half from the time I wrote the book to the time the book got published, because that was done through a very traditional publishing house. It was done through Penguin Random House. It was the biggest publishing house in the world. And you have to wait a year and a half from the time you give them the manuscript to the time they published it. I wrote that book in 3 weeks, completely by hand, no AI, because it just didn't exist then. Actively Unwoke. I didn't use AI to write Actively Unwoke. I finished Actively Unwoke in June of 2021. It didn't come out until May of 2022. By the standard that Aaron, Dennis Prager's son, is setting, not only do I have to wait an exorbitant number of months before my finished book actually gets published, it means they want all the information to be outdated. Today, this is actually one of the projects I'm working on right now. Today, I can use AI to research all the groups involved in organizing the campus protests to an in-depth degree because I know all those groups. And I can write profiles of those groups and publish them in a book saying who are the college protesters, which is actually a project I'm working on right now. And the information gets out like that because I publish it myself. I don't go through traditional publishing houses anymore. If anyone wants to try to convince you guys that what I'm doing is less valuable than someone sitting in an ivory tower spending months writing a book and then spending another year to year and a half waiting for that book to be published. So all the information in that book is completely out of date given where things are a year and a half later. That's retarded. Why would we want to wait a year and a half to write a book about who are the college protesters? We can do that right now using AI and using self-publishing to get it out. But the problem is that when you do what I do, they don't get to gatekeep it any longer. People like anyone associated with PragerU, really, they don't get to be gatekeepers when you use the tools that are available to you to create things that are valuable to the world. They don't get to be gatekeepers when they can't call. There aren't that many conservative publishing houses in the space. There is no chance. There is literally zero chance that I can get my books published through a traditional publisher because they're all run by socialists. I can't write the types of books I want to write going through a traditional publisher anymore. It's not going to work. There are very few conservative book publishers. And do you know what? Any one of those conservative book publishers, if Dennis Prager, or Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son, gave them a call and said, "Why are you working with this person?" the conservative publishers would drop them like that. The only reason they're trying to convince you that that AI is a bad thing is because they themselves are so uncreative that they are not capable of doing anything with AI, let alone without it, and they want to silence anyone who is doing things that if they don't use the terms and the speech and the narrative that they approve of. And the fact that anyone accepts this at all and just goes along with it and said, yes, I would like to wait an additional year and a half to get my books, and I want all the information to be outdated. But you know what? I knew that you sat up in an ivory tower and wrote every word yourself and edited it yourself and didn't have any AI help at all. That's retarded. So that's all I'm going to say. We are going to get into the documentary. I've been ranting a while, but this is a topic that I actually do feel passionately about. And again, guys, if you really think you can use AI to write a book, go give it a try. Go. I will look forward to Psycho Frank McCormick writing his AI book because it's, he's never written a book on his own, so maybe he can use it. I don't know. I will look to seeing what Aaron Prager creates with AI because apparently it's just so easy that anyone can do it. Hey, you guys can go right ahead. Shock us with what you produce. Guys, if you want to support the work I'm doing before we get into it, head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. As you will find there, it is my birthday. There are a list of ways you can give me a nice little gift if you feel so inclined. Those ways do include supporting my work by becoming a paid supporter on the Substack, by buying one of my books, and, you get to decide whether or not you're personally offended that I use AI to research and edit the books. You can also bring me to speak to your group through Decode the Left. That is decodetheleft.com/speaking. You can find the link over there. I want to get out there speaking to community groups, speaking to different organizations that want to learn this information. And if you guys can help me out with that. And of course, the most important thing that anyone can do is share my work with other people. And that doesn't cost a cent, but I really do appreciate it. And it really helps me out. Is English a language with limited sentence structure and limited number of words? Yes. Then what does it matter whether a paragraph was scribed by hands or AI? Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. Another way you can, of course, support the work I'm doing is by heading over to the Red Menace Collective Substack. This is where you can read draft chapters of my books before they actually become books. And I don't know why I would even need to use a draft chapter if I'm doing all my writing in AI, because the AI would have it be perfect, right? But no, apparently I do actually do drafts, and they are published on the internet. And if Aaron Prager and Psycho Frank McCormick weren't such intellectually dishonest shills, they would know that my draft work is published on the internet. And, you know, there's no reason to have drafts if you're just having AI generate everything for you. So you can get access to those drafts over at redmenacecollective.substack.com. And I really do appreciate that. Let's get into our movie, shall we? Maybe I just wanted to talk a long time to get you guys to send me super chats. I don't even know if that's the right total on the super chats. We're going to leave it like that. I will figure out the right total for the super chats. Guys, we do have a goal tonight because it is my birthday. Also, if you would like to, I'll use this setting today. There we go. If you would like to support my work via Cash App or Venmo, you can find the links right there. This is just something that I do every once in a while when we're doing kind of like a special night. Some people prefer to send money that way. Also, of course, the link directly to my Substack. We are watching Heaven on Earth, The Rise and Fall of Socialism. This is a 3-hour socialism documentary where we are going to go through the rise and the fall of socialism. And we're going to do that. All right, let's get this party started. Can't even hear that. All that intro. Couldn't even hear it. Couldn't even hear it. That's okay. That's all right. Nope, don't care about that. There we go. All right. Take 2.
It was the most powerful political idea in history. A new faith for a skeptical age. It promised a world of harmony and abundance, if only property were shared by all and distributed equally. The idea was called socialism, and it spread farther and faster than any religion in history. Then, in almost the blink of an eye, it all collapsed.
Or so they thought.
What happened? In this series, we trace the rise and fall of an idea that changed the world, an idea that promised a heaven right here on Earth.
What year was the documentary made? 2005. So it's older. It's 20 years older, but that's okay.
The early 19th century brought with it a faith in limitless human progress. Old beliefs rooted in religion and superstition were abandoned in favor of new ones, supposedly based on science and rational thought. One of these new ideas was called socialism. Hello, I'm Ben Wattenberg. Welcome to Heaven on Earth, a think tank special. In this hour, a British reformer creates a model utopia on the American frontier. Soon, 2 German philosophers recast the idea as prophecy, arguing that socialism is the world's destiny. And as the 20th century begins, a Russian revolutionary sets out to fulfill the prophecy at any cost, including mass murder, while peaceful reformers across Europe and North America respond very differently to socialism's call. And so we begin in America. The United States is not yet 50 years old. Land in the West is plentiful, a magnet to new settlers and to new ideas.
Indiana, 1825. A great experiment was unfolding on the banks of the Wabash River. It was called New Harmony, and it would be a community of equality, heralding a new way of life and eventually a new kind of world. Its founder was a British industrialist named Robert Owen.
You know that guy's going to be trouble.
And his followers would soon coin a name for his vision. Socialism. When Robert Owen arrived in America, he was already famous for his progressive ideas. His cotton mill in New Lanark, Scotland, was the most heralded industrial enterprise of its day. He shortened working hours, restricted child labor, and even provided sick pay. And Owen not only cared about how his 2,000 employees worked, he cared about how they lived.
Anyone who would live in his properties there at New Lanark had to live by his rules, and they were very specific. How often they had to put out their trash, how often they had to bathe, when people needed to be home at night, the fact that they couldn't be publicly drunk, they had to spend time with their families, those kinds of things.
Education was
That sounds more like nationalism, but
a key part of Owen's reforms.
in some
Rather
ways,
than putting
not
his
in other
employees'
ways.
children to work in the factory, he put them in school. He also created the first preschool in the United Kingdom. It was part of what he called the Institute for the Formation of Character. Owen was developing a theory of human nature that would remain one of the fundamental ideas of socialism. It would resurface again and again.
He felt you could actually mold human character, and he in fact said it is of all truths the most important that man's character is made for, not by himself. So he's an environmental determinist, and he believes that if you can begin virtually at birth and have this child in a superior environment, then you will, through education and liberation of this person's intellect and spirit, you will actually produce a perfect character.
He called this the second coming of the truth. I think he really did believe he was the second Messiah, that he had come, unlike Jesus, who could only tell the truth in parables. Owen, on the other hand, could actually say the literal truth, because he had the science.
People took Owen seriously. When he arrived in America in 1825, a joint session of Congress was convened to hear his ideas. Before an audience that included President James Monroe and President-elect John Quincy Adams, Owen announced he had purchased an entire village in Indiana. There, he would further the work begun at New Lanark. But this time, his community would be one of true equality. Harmony, Indiana was founded a decade earlier as a different kind of commune, a religious one. Owen bought it from George Rapp, the charismatic leader of a sect of German Lutherans who were pulling up stakes to follow one of Rapp's visions. They left behind 160 buildings and some 30,000 acres of fertile land.
If you think of Indiana at that time period, it was the wilderness. And here in the middle of the wilderness, you had this beautiful town of brick and
Indiana started socialism.
clapboard houses, a magnificent cruciform church in
It's
the
all
middle of
Indiana's
town in
fault.
the commons. It was very sophisticated. It was called the Athens of the West at that time.
On April 27, 1825, Robert Owen welcomed 800 eager arrivals to the town he had rechristened New Harmony. One group in particular was attracted to New Harmony: intellectuals. The village soon became a center of progressive thought and experiment.
All
You
Indiana's
had
fault.
education at all levels, from infant to adult education. You had a newspaper being published. You had natural scientists out exploring the environs of New Harmony and beyond, creating natural science books to show people about the wonderful new species they're finding in the Midwest. You had people lecturing about equal rights for women. You had people lecturing about abolition. This was in 1827, 1828.
To coincide with the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence in July 1826, Owen issued what he saw as the next step in the liberation of humankind, the Declaration of Mental Independence.
Huh.
From here forward, he proclaimed, man was free from the trinity of evils responsible for all the world's misery and vice: traditional religion, conventional marriage, and private property.
Uh-oh.
The last of these was key.
Yep.
The quest to do away with private property would animate socialism for the next 150 years.
I think that Robert Owen arrived slowly at the conclusion that it was individual property and individual profit that was, in a sense, undermining the opportunities to create a new society. That inequalities in society were created by inequalities in the ownership of property.
It pisses me off so much that no one seems to understand, except for us, that when the left says capitalism, they mean private property ownership. I mean, how many times have we asked people who show up in our chat to make fun of us or to, like, you know, harass me or whatever, hey, can you define how the left defines capitalism? And they literally never know. I ask people this on Twitter all the time. Every time someone comes into my feed and they think they're going to teach me something about the left, the very first thing I say is, okay, that's a nice story. What is the left's definition of capitalism? And they can literally never define it, or they say some vague thing about the means of production or like whatever. And it pisses me off so much because they say it's private property ownership all the time. This guy just said, this is about private property ownership. And it's just like, no one knows that though, because people don't listen. And it's so fundamental. It is basic. It is basic to everything. If you do not understand that the left wants to abolish private property ownership, which means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own a private business, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to have parental rights over your kids, your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. It's like, even in the Communist Manifesto, they literally say in the Communist Manifesto, the theory of communism can be summed up in one sentence: the abolition of private property. Well, no, they don't. No, they don't. See, this is the thing. No, because this is what people do. Karlyn, they mean that, but they mean all these other things too. No, they don't. Do you want to know why it doesn't mean free trade? First of all, so you mean the abolition of free trade? They don't believe in borders, bro. They don't believe in borders. They don't want borders. Borders are a form of private property. There is no fucking trade when there are no borders. Stop making shit up. No offense to you. I don't recognize you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but like, this is literally what happens every single time. It's like, no, Karlyn, they mean this other thing too. No, they don't. Stop saying they do. Slightly off topic, but Brad Palumbo and Colin Wright started a podcast, and their first order of business was to flub queer babies. Yeah, I saw they started a podcast. I thought we could probably make fun of them at some point. So we'll probably make fun of them at some point.
And in the ownership of wealth and profit.
Owen couldn't quite bring himself to turn over ownership of his property to the community, but people did get to live there for free. All goods were distributed at the village store. It was not the most efficient system. One New Harmony member named Paul Brown wrote that even salads were deposited in the store to be handed out, making 10,000 unnecessary steps and causing them to come to the tables in a wilted, deadened state. Before long, many members were losing their enthusiasm for the experiment.
In the end, I think one of the problems in New Harmony was that it was a big group of idealists in one place, in a very isolated place. They spent a lot of time thinking about the ideal of the perfect community. Ultimately, you had a lot of thinkers and not enough doers.
The work simply didn't get done. Before long, industries that had thrived under George Rapp's followers were either sputtering or out of business altogether. After 2 years...
Oh, excuse me? Oh, wow, you just got blocked. See, the thing is, bro, when you come in my chat and you get basic facts wrong, like you seem to think that socialists want borders when they don't, and then you call me a Sasquatch on my birthday, I'm not sorry for berating you anymore. Let me be very clear. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you did know what the fuck you were talking about, you would have never said free trade because it means borders are going to be abolished, you fucking retard, low IQ, anonymous reject. And now I'm going over to my chat on Twitter. And now you are going to be blocked. And now I will never think of you again. Fuck off. Go away. We don't allow that bullshit here.
Several reorganizations and 7 different constitutions, Owen's great experiment collapsed.
Owen had a very hard time acknowledging that there was a failure at New Harmony, and through a period of many months when everyone around him, including his sons, was saying things are falling apart, Owen was saying things are going great here. But eventually he couldn't keep up that pretense any longer because everyone was leaving. And so Owen found a kind of alibi, I think, in blaming the people who came to New Harmony as being poor human material for his experiment.
Owen's son Robert Dale stayed at New Harmony after its collapse. He had a different assessment of his father's experiment. He wrote, "All cooperative schemes which provide equal remuneration to the skilled and industrious and the ignorant and idle must work their own downfall. For by this unjust plan, they must of necessity eliminate the valuable members and retain only the improvident, unskilled, and vicious." Despite the failure of New Harmony and other early attempts to put socialism into practice, the idea continued to generate great excitement. Soon, 2 philosophers would take utopian hope and turn it into faith by arguing that socialism was not only desirable, it was inevitable. Back in England, Robert Owen and his followers were building gathering places for the socialist faithful. They called them halls of science. Each week, thousands of adherents of Owen's new moral world flocked there seeking inspiration.
Even though they proclaimed earnestly that they had contempt for all religion, every Sunday they would all gather and bring their families there, but they didn't call them services, they called them meetings, and then someone would get up in the front and do something that sounded like a sermon, but they called it a lecture, and then they would all sing from a special book of socialist hymns, except they wouldn't sing about God and goodness. They would sing about equality and brotherhood.
In 1843, the Manchester congregation included a 22-year-old German journalist and radical named Friedrich Engels.
Oh!
For a young man rebelling against the faith of his parents,
Engels.
the services held a great appeal.
Engels was a bit of a rebel. I think he was the typical frat boy in many ways. He was very interested in the military. He was interested in sports. He loved pubs. He loved women. But he was also an intellectual. He was, in many ways, the kind of person you would immediately recognize as a leader and as somebody people would congregate around.
You know, one of the reasons that I feel so strongly that we need to be creating as much anti-communist content as possible, whether we need to use AI or otherwise, because, like, it just is better that way. One of the reasons I'm so adamant about this is socialism literally got created because random people sat down and wrote a pamphlet. Really, really think about this for a second. How did Marxism get created? It got created when Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote a pamphlet. They wrote a pamphlet. That's what the Communist Manifesto is. The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet. Anyone can sit down and write a pamphlet that can literally change the world. And they wrote a whole bunch of other things too. They wrote all these books and essays and things. And these are things that, you know, maybe we'll talk about more in depth at some point. But like, there are so many just like random essays that Engels wrote or that Marx wrote that have influenced where we're going today. Who's writing that type? Who is writing the type of content that they're doing in a way that can counter their narrative? Because the most powerful people in any social system are the ones who are expressive, the ones who are putting their ideas out there, the ones that are writing the things that it may just seem like a crazy pamphlet at the time. Wasn't it Martin Luther who didn't he just basically write like a list of grievances and like hang it up on the church door? Who's doing this today? For our side, for our perspective. You never know when you might write something or you might create something that can go on to have an impact that is much bigger than you ever intended to have or ever even think it's possible for it to have. But inherent to that is that you have to create the thing. You have to create the pamphlet. You have to create the list. You have to put your ideas out there in the world. You have to be prepared for people to look at your ideas and say, you are fucking crazy, which people do to me all the time. They don't actually even understand my ideas most of the time when they do that. But you know what? Like, if you put your ideas out into the world, people will say you're crazy. Or in the case of like what Aaron Prager, Dennis Prager's son, and Psycho Frank McCormick would do, they would say you're too fat to have ideas, which is just a whole other level of stupid. But if you express your ideas, you have to expect that retards in the real world are going to call you crazy. Does that mean your ideas are crazy? No, it doesn't. It means there are retards in the world. Doesn't mean your ideas are crazy. But like, you have to start with that basic act of creation. And if you're not going to do the basic act of creation, then ain't no one going to ever engage with the ideas in any way, because they can't, because they haven't been created yet.
Back in Germany, Engels had fallen in with a radical crowd, and his father was desperate to get him away from the bad influence of his friends.
His father gets this idea that he should send Fred off to England, to Manchester, where the family business had a branch. And much to his relief, Fred agrees. Little does Dad know that Fred and his radical associates have come to the conclusion that the revolution is going to break out in England, and Fred is desperate to be there to be part of the action.
Once in Manchester, Engels threw himself into writing what would become a famous study of the English working class during the Industrial Revolution.
It was a very grim picture. I mean, workers in the 1840s in England, they lived miserable lives. They lived in squalid conditions. They worked 16, 18 hours a day. Child labor, female labor was incredibly common. Disease was rampant. The living standards were just below probably what we would even expect in many underdeveloped countries today. It was a miserable, miserable time.
Engels saw that the working class was miserable, and at the same time, he was also envisioning a sort of salvation of the working class in terms of history providing a fertile ground for revolution. He understood that the workers, sooner or later, would understand that history was working in their favor, and therefore history would radicalize them. And by being radicalized, workers would no longer passively see themselves as victims of capitalism, but would actively seek to change it.
Engels was soon contributing to Owen's New Moral World and other radical publications. Among them was a newspaper edited by a man who had once been part of young Fred's circle of college radicals back in Germany, the 25-year-old Karl Marx.
Marx, starting very young, was very charismatic. He had this forbidding style and this great genius for theoretics, where other people saw a meaning. Marx could see a meaning within a meaning, behind a meaning, and then a bigger meaning. And his colleagues would just look at him awestruck and say, "This is our great genius who can figure it all out."
Marx had little use for the ideas of his colleagues. But one of Engels' articles caught his eye. The two men began corresponding, and in the summer of 1844 they arranged to meet in Paris. It was the beginning of one of the most intellectually fruitful partnerships in history.
Marx was the prophet. His personality and his nature made him a flamboyant and charismatic figure, and Engels was very willing to defer to that. But Engels' early work and early research really provides much of the foundation upon which Marxism is later built. And Engels, of course, also supports Marx not only through his research, but financially and psychologically. And so without Engels, in any number of ways, Marxism would never have come to be.
In January 1848, students and workers took to the streets of Palermo. By February, the revolt had spread to Paris. Soon, nearly 50 uprisings engulfed the European continent from Russia to the English Channel. Marx and Engels rushed home to Germany to join the barricades. They had just finished writing a platform for a workers' organization based in London. The pamphlet would become known as the Communist Manifesto.
Aha! Pamphlet!
The manifesto's timing would forever link it to revolution, adding to its mystique. Soon the world would learn the central premise of Marxism, that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles.
For Marx and Engels, the heart of the system of capitalism was exploitation. As they saw it, the workers were the ones who were creating the things that were coming out of the factories, but the capitalists were the ones who were keeping most of the profits. What they talked about were the means of production, the Marxist term for the machinery, the factories, and this was terribly unjust. And the only way to rectify it was for the workers to get together and take the factories away from the capitalists so that they could have the complete benefit of the products that they themselves were creating.
The Communist Manifesto predicted that as capitalism progressed, the working class would become so large and so poor that revolution would be inevitable. The result, socialism, a new workers' state, where people contributed according to their ability and received according to their need. In time, government itself would become unnecessary and give way to a new stateless society Marx and Engels called communism.
What Marx and Engels...
And why is it stateless, you ask? Because it has no borders.
said was, don't worry, whatever happens to you, no matter how miserable your lives are, no matter how desperate your political struggle seems, history is working its way towards this outcome. And that's what gives Marxism its incredible force.
Many socialists bought the argument. The Communist Manifesto would go on to become one of the most influential pamphlets ever published, with translations in every major European language by the turn of the century. But the manifesto was just a summary. Marx soon set to work on a volume that would lay out a comprehensive theory of socialism. In 1851, Marx wrote to Engels that he hoped to finish it in 5 weeks. But 5 weeks grew into 5 years, and then another and another 5. All the while, Marx depended almost entirely on Engels for financial support.
The one time Marx went out and got an actual job was as a correspondent for the New York Tribune newspaper. But he didn't speak English, and so he couldn't write the articles himself. Engels did speak English, and he got Engels to ghostwrite the articles for a number of years until he got his own English up to a level where he could write some himself.
It took Marx nearly 20 years to finish his masterwork. In 1867, the first volume of Das Kapital was finally complete.
20 fucking years. 20 years to write a book? Well, I mean, okay, Das Kapital is several books. But, again, I don't know, I'm gonna talk about AI a lot, and people are gonna get sick of it. I don't really care, because AI is awesome. Can you imagine how much more dangerous Karl Marx would have been today if he had had AI to help him write a book so he didn't have to spend 20 years writing a book? If he had used AI to help him flesh out his ideas faster, and God forbid he had used AI to make sure that his ideas were palatable to normal people so they could actually understand what he was saying, that would be fucking terrifying. That would be terrifying. And guess what? There is a whole group of leftists in the United States who has access to all the same AI we do. Now, we are actually very lucky in that the socialists seem to be very skeptical about AI and they don't want to use it. That's a good thing, because if socialists were using AI to the extent that they could right now, we would be completely fucked. And that is why we need to use AI for everything we can. We need to get really good at it. Everyone needs to be doing this. I don't care what your personal misgivings are. Start using fucking AI, because if the people that we don't like get ahead of us, then we are effed. We are effed real bad.
With more volumes promised. The book would soon be hailed as a breakthrough in political and economic thought.
In the scientific tenor of the time, after all, we have to understand that we're talking about the 19th century here, Marx had accomplished, at least in the mind of many socialists, what Darwin had accomplished for biology. He had laid bare the development of economic laws that were at work in capitalism. And in that sense, he had revealed the motor of history, economic development.
And it is to Marx still that we owe this kind of economic view of history.
Oh.
As seeing people as sort of players in a drama in which economic forces are primary, and classes more than individuals as the kind of motor force of history.
Engels survived Marx by 12 years. Thanks in large part to his public relations work, Marxism spread to workers' movements in Germany.
By the way, okay, this is just another random AI thought that I had. I don't know how many people in the chat use Canva. 1 in the chat if you use Canva. 2 in the chat if you do not use Canva. I use Canva. I used to use Adobe, like Photoshop and Illustrator, and I was reasonably good at it. Canva replaced all that because Canva is so much better. It's so much easier to use. Canva's amazing. Canva is releasing an update. So yesterday, Canva had a big kind of like release event where they're talking about the next iteration of Canva. Canva is heavily integrating AI into all of their tools. They've already been doing this. That's what background remover is. That's what they, but Canva is launching a feature that I cannot wait to start playing with, because Canva is launching a feature where you can go in, and if you don't know how to code at all, you can say, I want to make an app that does X, Y, B, and Z. And Canva will literally code it for you. It will write the code for you for whatever app you want to create. I want to make a widget for my website where people can search my music catalog and find out the right song for them based on their current mood. You write that description, Canva codes it for you. I want to create it. I personally, this is what I want to do. One of the things I want to do. I want to create an app where we can spider, I guess, like we can take all the content in the anarchist library and sort it easily by category and be able to go into a filter of some sort to say, I want to see all the documents related to queer and gender and abolish the family in the anarchist library right now. And it gives us a list of fucking documents in the anarchist library that are related to queer and gender. And you can literally invent anything. I want to create an app that allows me to do a quiz for people to test them on different socialist concepts. I want to create an app where people can create flashcards to study different types of leftist contents and different type of leftist words. Anything. I want to create an app with which I can load my socialist dictionary that I'm working on into the app and have people find definitions based on like vaguely describing what the left is saying. I want to give them something where they can put Queers for Palestine into a woke decoder search engine and have them explain what Queers for Palestine means in the app. It'll code it for you. And it's just like, it's fucking crazy. And so again, please, please, please start using AI. As a coder, it's just like how you found with making a book, it helps a lot. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like it doesn't do everything, but it does a lot, and it does a pretty good job. Yeah, let's we actually have talked about creating socialist trading cards. Actually, there are even templates for them in the community.
And across Europe. But by the time Engels died in 1895, many of the more perceptive socialists were beginning to notice a crack in Marxist doctrine.
By the end of the 19th century, Marxist theory has been around for about 50 years, but it's not coming true. The workers are not getting poorer, and they're not becoming revolutionary. And at that point, there's sort of a choice. You can say, well, I'm for the workers and never mind the revolution, but we'll try to make things a little better step at a time. Or you can say, I'm for the revolution, that's what's going to give us the glorious new society, and if the workers aren't going to make the revolution, well, we'll find someone else to make it.
Yeah, of course he does it. He's the greatest intellectual of our time. Doesn't know Queers for Palestine. Yeah, exactly.
As the 19th century drew to a close, two very different men would step up to make the case for each of these options. It would rupture the movement in two. The rapid rise of socialism in Germany frightened the country's rulers. In 1878, Chancellor Otto von Bismarck outlawed all socialist activities,
Good man.
driving many members of the Social Democratic Party into exile. Among them was a young bank clerk named Edward Bernstein. He soon became editor of the party's clandestine newspaper, first in Switzerland and then in London.
When Bernstein goes to England, he becomes acquainted with Marx and Engels, and Marx and Engels become very enamored of him. And after Marx dies, Engels asks Bernstein if he will put together from Marx's notes a fourth volume of Capital. And when Engels dies, he also is asked to be one of the executors of Engels' will. So he was very closely tied to Marx and Engels and seen in the period after their death as one of the most important international socialists.
But Bernstein lived in a very different era from that of his mentors. Standards of living were changing. just not in the way Karl Marx had predicted. It wasn't long before Bernstein began to question his Marxist faith.
I think that he thought that capitalism was evolving along the lines of becoming more and more inclusive of the working class. And he had some empirical evidence which showed that the working class was not getting poorer, and it showed that, therefore, the Marxist vision, somehow, something was wrong with it.
Bernstein decided he had to face his doubts. "I said to myself," he wrote, "this cannot go on. It is idle to try to reconcile the irreconcilable. What is necessary is to become clear just where Marx is right and where he is wrong." Bernstein's critique became known as revisionism, and it stirred up an urgent debate among socialists around the world.
Bernstein said that what usually is understood to be the final goal of socialism is nothing to me. The movement is everything. That really caused consternation in the party.
Oh, wow.
Because people thought that Bernstein had given up the great goal. And the great goal of socialism, as we know, of course, was the breakdown of capitalism. And Bernstein was no longer interested in, or did no longer believe in, the breakdown of capitalism. And if that's the case, then Bernstein actually was no longer a Marxist socialist. And if that's the case, it's as though the Pope in Rome was no longer a Catholic.
Yeah. It was all about the struggle. It was all about the fight. It was all about the perpetual revolution.
Thousands of miles away, a 29-year-old Siberian exile was carefully following the debate. His eventual response to Bernstein's criticisms would forever change the face of socialism. His name, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, better known by his nom de guerre, Lenin.
Lenin was, first of all, probably Russia's most exuberant workaholic in a country that did not have a work ethic. He was enormously hardworking. He was enormously smart. He had supreme self-confidence and a belief that he really knew what was right for everybody, and particularly for the future of his country.
When Vladimir was 17, his older brother Sasha was executed for plotting to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. It was the beginning of his own path to revolutionary action.
After he got to the university, and he took part in a demonstration, which was non-political. It was directed against some regulations of the university. When he was arrested, and it was discovered that he was the younger brother of the executed terrorist, he was expelled from the university. He was a top student, so he had to spend several years in idleness.
Vladimir was banished to his family's country estate. There he began to explore the stacks of radical literature his executed brother had left behind.
He read various Russian revolutionaries, read Karl Marx, and began to come to the conclusion that it was just as important as his brother had thought to create a new social system for Russia, that revolutionaries had to learn to toughen themselves, to make themselves into heroes who were going to give their all to save Russia, something like his brother had done.
Vladimir's revolution.
Again, it's like this is why I like the right is so stupid every time they say, does the left actually believe anything they say? Like the right has convinced themselves that the left doesn't actually believe anything they say, and they're just making it all up to be upset about something because they're all mentally ill, which is so stupid. Because what they're talking about with Lenin here is like giving everything that you personally have to fight the socialist revolution, to fight for the communist revolution, giving over your identity to the collective, giving your identity, everything you do, your entire life over to this. Is that something that people do if they don't believe in what they're saying? And just think about it for yourself. Would you ever literally sacrifice your life, sacrifice your job, sacrifice your family, sacrifice everything you know, everything you own, everything you've built to fight for something that you don't believe in? It makes no sense. The reason that the right does not understand that the left is absolutely deadly serious about what they believe is because the right doesn't have any values or principles that they would give their own lives for. Look at how many people online lately we have seen change at the drop of a hat based on whether or not someone supports Israel. Every other value that you claim to have, especially in the so-called anti-woke community, the people who are supposed to care about fighting the left, everything else gets tossed out. No one gives a fuck about the left anymore because everything gets tossed out to fight the so-called Nazis that don't like Israel. That's because they have no principles. When you don't have any principles, it is very easy to change your position on any topic like that and pretend it was always your position in the first place when it wasn't. The left doesn't do that. The left stays incredibly consistent year after year, decade after decade, saying the same thing, doing the same thing, fighting the same fight, pushing the same ideas. They have been incredibly consistent the entire time these ideas have been in the United States. There has never been a time when they have not been consistent. If people do not understand how consistent the left is, it is because you don't speak their language and you don't understand what they're saying. The minute that you understand their language is the minute that you understand that everything they say follows a very predictable pattern that has been exactly the same pattern that's been in the United States for 100+ years.
Revolutionary activity would land him in deeper trouble with the law. By the time he heard about Edward Bernstein's writings nearly a decade later, he was in exile yet again, this time in Siberia. His life now revolved around one goal: revolution.
Lenin was an individual who was often in a state of rage. That was his personality. But he was infuriated by Bernstein. But unlike a lot of the others, Lenin in effect realized that Bernstein was right, that the workers were not becoming revolutionary.
When Lenin returned from exile, his younger brother met him at the train station. Dmitry Ulyanov would later recall the first topic on his brother's lips: the need to refute Bernstein. Lenin soon laid out a radically different idea of what to do if the workers wouldn't make the revolution.
He developed quite early on what I would call a politics based on the absence of trust. So if you can't then trust the workers to make a revolution, whom can you trust? And Lenin said the only people you can trust are full-time professional revolutionaries like himself, who will make a revolution in the name of the people.
Wow.
Lenin, in effect, said, heck with the workers, the revolution is everything. Except Lenin wasn't quite that honest. He didn't say, heck with the workers. He said, we'll have to discover the vanguard of the workers, or of the proletariat, right. And that will be, well, me and my pals, and we'll make the revolution for the workers.
For Lenin, this was more than just a theory. In 1900, he left for Europe to start an underground newspaper, Iskra, or Spark, to ignite a new revolutionary movement in Russia. In the summer of 1914, 50 years of peace in Europe came to a bloody end. Soon the entire continent was mired in the fiercest conflict the world had yet seen. The Great War hit Russia particularly hard.
There was a breakdown of transport. There was inflation. And in the northern cities, particularly the capital city of St. Petersburg, or Petrograd as it was then called, there were great shortages of food and fuel. So the winter was very, very harsh.
By early 1917, the ground was crumbling beneath the Tsarist regime. As Russian troops battled Germany in the west, strikes and protests spread across the country. Then, in Petrograd, a group of soldiers mutinied. It was the beginning of what became known as the February Revolution. To prevent a similar uprising on the front, the Tsar abdicated the throne. Power fell into the hands of a liberal provisional government.
There was a kind of chaos and anarchy that grew very quickly in Russia after the February Revolution, after the emperor had abdicated. Land was being seized by peasants. Villages were declaring their independence and sewing their own flags. And you have the idea that whatever the bonds, the glue that will hold a society together, fear, loyalty, tradition, it somehow melted away and evaporated, with Russia crumbling into the smallest parts.
Many Russian socialists welcomed the new liberal government, but not Lenin. He had lived in exile in Europe for most of the past 15 years, sometimes traveling in disguise. All the while, he had worked to strengthen and arm a new party in Russia, the Bolsheviks, even ordering bank robberies and extortion to finance party activities. Now he saw the chance he had been waiting for. On October 25th, 1917, the Bolsheviks struck. This is a later Soviet reenactment of Lenin's men storming the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. In reality, the revolution was much less dramatic. The provisional government yielded with little bloodshed. Many didn't expect the new regime to hold on to power any longer than the provisional government had.
What are you? What are you? And what brings you here? How do you define the far right? What does that even mean? You're the center left. What does that mean? There is no center left. Bro, let me tell you, like, listen, you're welcome to hang out. Anyone of any political persuasion can hang out here as long as you're polite. I don't really care. We are not communists. We are anti-communists. We do not like the left at all. I don't think there is such a thing as the center left. I think you are either on the left or you're not on the left. We are decidedly, at least most of us, not on the left in any way. And if you asked if we're far right, I have no idea what you mean by that. Do you mean that I am opposed to all collectivization? Yup. If that makes me far right, yup. If you're asking me if I would be perfectly willing to use fascism to ban the teaching of queer ideology and queer books in school because I think it is fundamentally corruptive to society, and I don't think there's any other way to stop the inevitable victory of queer Marxism, especially when it comes to teaching children that gender and the nuclear family should both be abolished. You're asking me if I would use fascist techniques to ban that shit so it doesn't actually happen? Yeah, I do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, I do it in a heartbeat. 100%. I'm not a Christian. So I can't be a Christian nationalist because I'm not a Christian. If you think that the far right are Christian nationalists, like, that's also another misconception that you have. Anyway, you're welcome to hang out, but I wouldn't make any assumptions about what we believe. And maybe just come here and look at the information and listen to what we're talking about and don't make any assumptions about who we are.
When Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power, they really were a tiny minority. And immediately, the Bolshevik regime found itself embroiled in a civil war, which it won militarily, but it also won because the Bolsheviks had been very successful in their use of propaganda to win what we might nowadays call the hearts and minds of the Russian people.
Through posters, leaflets, and speeches, Lenin tried to convince Russians of just who were the enemies of the people and who were their saviors. But Lenin didn't stop with propaganda.
Cat.
The enemies of the people were marked for retribution, including priests, rich peasants, and political opponents. Lenin began with Nicholas II, the last Tsar to reign over Russia.
Him, his wife, their 5 children, their doctor, their servants were all massacred. And then their bodies were cut up and burned, and then what was remained was buried in a shaft, which was only discovered a few years ago. Then, in August of 1918, a revolutionary who felt that Lenin had betrayed the revolution took 2 shots at him and wounded him almost fatally. Whereupon Lenin and his henchmen agreed to carry out Red Terror. This was a terrible thing. People were taken out of prison where they were put political prisoners who had never been tried, had done nothing against the Bolsheviks, and were just summarily shot. And this shooting went on. Hundreds of people were shot at night.
Many others found themselves banished to forced labor camps. Under Joseph Stalin, the system would become known as the Gulag.
A part of the Red Terror was the gathering of all opposition members into concentration camps outside of major cities. And these were the very first camps, and it was from these camps that the entire Gulag system developed. So they are very much a precursor to what came later in Stalin's time.
The Tsar had been reviled as a tyrant for executing a handful of violent radicals. Under Lenin and his followers, millions would die at the hands of the state.
It's difficult to calculate how many people came to die under Lenin's system and then Stalin's system because there were so many different ways to die. There were people who died in camps. There were people who died because they were machine gunned down in the woods. There were people who died because they were deported. There were people who died in artificial famines. When you begin to put the numbers together, you get numbers, statistics in the tens of millions.
Lenin, in general, had no sympathy for human beings such as they were. He believed, as did others, that through education and legislation you can make people not want to own things. You create new human beings. So the existing human race was so rotten that killing them was actually progressive.
Amidst terror and war, Lenin was building a system of government unlike any seen before. Along with the old regime, Russia's capitalist industries, the banks, and the church were all completely destroyed. Replacing them all was a single institution, the party. Most of the Bolsheviks had no experience in business or administration, yet they drew up a plan to manage a country with the world's 5th largest economy and its 3rd largest population. The results were a far cry from heaven on earth.
By 1920, in some ways you can say that civil society and civilization had stopped. There was massive famine. The industry had broken down, the railroads stopped working, the economy had fallen apart, and people were really reverting to the most primitive kind of bartering. Massive loss of life. It was a nightmare.
By now, Russia was officially known as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Bolsheviks called themselves communists.
Thank you.
That term had long been interchangeable with socialism, but it took on a very new meaning as Lenin broke all ties with the rest of the world's socialists and formed a new international movement.
Oh, okay.
He had big plans for his revolution.
So in other words, communist became kind of like a brand, kind of like how Kleenex is tissue, but everyone calls it Kleenex because it's a brand of tissue, or Xerox is a brand of like photocopier, like whatever. Communism became like a brand of socialism. And that's why people say socialism is like the transitionary mechanism to communism. I mean, practically speaking, like, and we see this with when we're watching real socialist activists. Real socialist activists will call themselves socialist, communist, and Marxist literally in the same sentence. So real socialist activists, like in the real world, don't actually really differentiate that much between the terms. What they do differentiate is reformist versus revolutionary, which means reformist means you want to work within the electoral process to make change. Like you still believe in a post-capitalist society, but you want to do it through elections and stuff like that. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America are. Whereas the revolutionaries do not believe in the electoral process. They do not engage in the electoral process. These are people like the Tempest Collective, the Firebrand Collective, all the different communist groups, people at the Socialism Conference. Like most socialists we watch are revolutionaries. They're not reformists. Reformists are actually kind of very bland and milquetoast. But that's more of a distinction they make than between socialist, communist, or Marxist, which they basically use interchangeably, which is why I kind of use them interchangeably too. Well, no, it's not. It's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. It's not like it is not. And I'm going to explain why it's not like that. It's not like that at all because Stalinism is fundamentally different than Leninism and Trotskyism. It is not true that Leninists will call themselves Leninists or Stalinists interchangeably. In fact, Stalinists and Leninists have usually a lot of fundamental disagreements with each other. Leninists believe that Trotsky was the rightful inheritor of the revolution. They believe that Stalin was not the rightful inheritor of the institution or the revolution. And so, no, it is not the same at all, those three things. Those actually do mean something. Hey, I got a Rumble rant over on Rumble for Marx Lives. Watching this documentary and thinking of the assumptions of the average normie and elite towards Marxist-Leninism makes me despair. America is so BTFO'd. Pray for us and happy birthday. Hey, thanks for the $10. I really do appreciate that, guys. We're working on my birthday goal. We are getting closer to my birthday goal if you would like to contribute for super chats. And after we hit the birthday goal, we will hit the stretch goal after that. I have full faith and confidence because we're going to be here for a while.
Lenin said more than once that he never believed that the revolution could be confined to Russia. No, the revolution had to spread. It had to spread to the industrial countries of the West. First of all, Germany, Great Britain, ultimately the United States, and so on.
And guys, Cash App and Venmo will count towards the goal. I have the
Marxist scheme of things. The most advanced
if you would like to do it
capitalist country was the one that was supposed to be transformed first, and that was the United States of America.
Oh!
But ironically, socialism never gained the popularity in America that it gained in almost all other countries. Basically because its main constituency, or supposed constituency, the working class, the labor unions, simply didn't accept it. They wrestled with it for a while and then rejected it.
If the reason that socialism didn't take hold in the United States was that the labor unions hadn't accepted it yet, which I do actually think was true back then, that is fundamentally different from now. Because the labor unions are run by socialists. When you guys see higher ed people protesting the Trump administration, that's the higher ed labor union within the United Auto Workers, and they are literally run by a socialist. And I'm not just saying that. I've seen the person that is the head of that union on far left revolutionary socialist webinars. We saw him just the other day. So if the labor unions were the things that were going to save us, we are definitely F now. Hey, Dragon Balls, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
In America, the split between trade unions and socialists goes all the way back to the very beginnings of the organized labor movement in the late 19th century. Spurred by Marx and Engels, workers' movements across Europe were gaining strength.
Thank you, Naruto.
And most were embracing socialism as their guiding philosophy. In America, too, workers were organizing. But they would choose a very different path. Led by a straight-talking cigar maker named Samuel Gompers.
Look at that mustache.
The irony about Sam Gompers is that he was a Marxist who forged an anti-Marxist labor movement. Gompers was born in a poor family in London and moved to the United States in his teens, becomes a skilled cigar maker. And all this time, he is a socialist. He's reading Marx, he's reading Engels, he's reading other classics of European socialism. And he believes that the best way to organize workers to demand their emancipation, the best way to achieve socialism is by making the trade unions themselves stronger.
Gompers rejected the idea that workers needed radical intellectuals to help them achieve their goals. I saw that betterment for working men must come primarily through working men, he wrote. I saw the danger of entangling alliances with intellectuals who did not understand that to experiment with the labor movement was to experiment with human life. Gompers and his allies favored something called pure and simple unionism. It meant using strikes and boycotts to fight for better pay and benefits rather than taking political action to create a whole new system. In 1886, Gompers helped found the American Federation of Labor, uniting individual unions across the country. As the AFL's first president, his salary would be less than he earned rolling cigars. Gompers' leadership of American workers would be challenged by socialists within and without the AFL. In 1901, some of these socialists came together to form the Socialist Party of America. At the party's helm was a rival labor leader, a railway man named Eugene V. Debs.
Debs is a fascinating figure because he's one of these perennial candidates who runs for president 5 times as a Socialist Party candidate. He achieves at most 6% of the vote, which he gets in 1912. But he's an enormously popular, charismatic figure, much more than Gompers ever was.
Originally, Gompers had hoped he and Debs would work together, but he ended up calling Debs the apostle of failure. He was involved with the Western Labor Union, then the American Labor Union, then the IWW, and Gompers felt any attempt to organize a rival trade union was, in effect, doing the employer's job to weaken the union. You then had union fighting union.
By 1903, the American Federation of Labor represented more than 1.5 million union members and was becoming a force to be reckoned with in American life. At that year's AFL convention, Gompers forever parted ways with his old allies. I want to tell you socialists, he said, I have kept close watch upon your doctrines for 30 years, have been closely associated with many of you, and I want to say that I am entirely at variance with your philosophy. Economically, you are unsound, socially, you are wrong, industrially, you are an impossibility. Despite Gompers' opposition, the Socialist Party continued to gain strength. Surprisingly, the party drew more support from farmers than from industrial workers. One of the greatest centers of socialist support was Oklahoma. Eugene Debs won more than 16% of the presidential vote there in 1912.
Hey!
But America's entry to World War I brought a
it.
turning point for the party.
In World War I, socialists in this country and around the world have to decide, will they support their individual nations in the war, or will they support the...
Yay! So we are at our goal. I want to appreciate everyone who contributed to the goal, but now we're doing the stretch goal. So our first goal was $290 for 29. And now we are doing our stretch goal, which is maybe something resembling my actual age, which is not 29. Sadly, of course, we will always pretend that I am 29, but in fact, I did just turn 44 today, so we are increasing the goal to $440 now, and I am about to open up a beer. You guys want a beer? I'm going to get a beer.
International Socialist Brotherhood and oppose
No
the war
shots.
of workers against other workers.
Just beer.
And the American Socialist Party, unlike most of the European socialist parties, decides to oppose the U.S. government and to oppose World War I. And most trade unionists, Gompers as their leader, support the war.
The more moderate socialists leave the party and actually work with Gompers in the AFL. The more radical socialists start speaking out against the war, and they are arrested. Eugene Debs gets arrested in 1918, gets sentenced to 10 years in jail. And by the time he comes out of jail in 1921, when he's pardoned,
She just jailed them all.
the Socialist Party is pretty much a shell.
The party would never regain its pre-war strength, not even during the Great Depression. Gompers and the American Federation of Labor, later the AFL-CIO, had won out as the principal voice of America's
Cheers,
workers.
everyone.
In many ways, Americanism proved to be a substitute for socialism for a lot of workers. After all, Americanism has always stood for the average person being able to make it. The American standard of living is something that all Americans should be able to enjoy. So the idea of class equality is something that undergirded the strength of socialism in Europe, but it's always been part of the American vision as well. So in many ways, Americanism trumped socialism and made socialism unnecessary as a vision
If
for a lot of
only
American
that were
workers.
still the case. If only that were real now. That would be amazing.
But socialism would yet find life in North America. As the Socialist Party faded from the U.S. political scene, some of the farmers who had embraced its ideals would take their politics north, to Canada.
Today, Americans think of Canada as a more radical, a more socialist place. Well, the irony
Because it
is that Canada's first socialist politicians, Canada's first socialist intellectuals are Americans. And that is
Ironic
something
and all is
that
very
people today
predictable.
have forgotten. Socialism, when it comes to Canada, in an effective way, is an American import.
Between 1898 and 1915, nearly 1 million people emigrated from America to Canada. Lured by cheap farmland, most settled in the western Canadian provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, the last North American frontier. They brought their knowledge of how to wrest a living from the soil, and a set of political convictions rooted in their experience.
Farmers in the prairie provinces of Canada and the northern Great Plains of the United States. All
Birthday breaking news. Birthday breaking news. Now, guys, I have a piece of information that I'm looking for. And I think that maybe people on the internet can help me find out this piece of information. Because the thing is, I'm getting really sick of Psycho Frank McCormick, who admitted on Twitter several months ago that he's gone off his psychiatric medication. I'm getting sick of him being obsessed with me. And of course, I can't control Psycho Frank's obsession with me. I can't control the fact that almost every single day of the week, Frank McCormick, because he's off his psychiatric medication, chooses to take his time to Photoshop pictures of me and lie about me and, continue this just like ridiculous farce because he's obsessed that I'm doing things that he can't do. He is pissed off that more people listen to me than listen to him. He is feeling very kind of, I think, probably emasculated, not just because he has a dick the size of my pinky finger, but because he can't produce anything of value in the world. And I obviously am not doing that. So Frank takes it upon himself to harass me almost every day of the week. People might say, Karlyn, why don't you block him? Oh, I did that a long ass time ago. I did it a long ass time ago. Karlyn, why don't you just ignore him? I had, like, the only time I ever talk about Psycho Frank McCormick is when Psycho Frank McCormick is spewing lies about me on the internet. So I'm getting a little tired of this. And I was thinking today, I was like, where does Frank work? Where does he work? Because the thing of it is, Frank used to be a teacher. Now, this probably alarms everyone. Listen, I know that we're all afraid of leftist teachers and leftist indoctrination and stuff like that. But having psychotic people like Frank McCormick influence your children is probably also not a good idea, if for no other reason than Frank McCormick is just fundamentally unhinged from reality and isn't capable of recognizing the truth if it's placed right in front of his face. So you don't want people like that teaching your kids because they're going to just make shit up and lie to them. Do you want your kids being lied to in school? I don't think that's a good idea. But the thing is, in his bio now, Frank no longer has that he's a teacher. Frank has that he's a former teacher. And that was relatively new. Frank, up until relatively recently, I'm talking within the last couple months, used to have in his bio that he was a teacher. And it was my understanding, Frank makes a big deal about how he got harassed for speaking out about the left in schools in 2021. But it was my understanding that Frank was teaching at a school after he spoke out against the left. And that seemed to be going okay for him. But he was still a teacher, and that was disturbing to me, but I didn't really think it was any of my business. Anyway, now he is saying he's a former teacher. So the question I have is, how is Frank McCormick making money? What job is he doing? How is he making it? Because he's not generating income online. Maybe he's generating income via his outlandish lying tweets which if the only source of income that Frank has is Twitter, that will tell us a lot about why Frank McCormick behaves like an unhinged, off his meds, psychotic retard. But I don't think he's making that much money off of Twitter. I don't think that he's making a living off of Twitter. Could be wrong, I guess. So what is he doing? Where's he working? So I'm going to bet that someone somewhere on the internet knows what Frank is doing and where Frank is working. So I tweeted this out today. If anyone can figure out what Psycho Frank McCormick's current job is, please let me know. DM's open. I'm pretty sure he's unemployed because he used to be a teacher, but that then became too mentally ill to continue doing that. So how is he making money? Now, Frank, of course, which is predictable, and of course, Frank's best friend, James Lindsay, who is also off his psychiatric medications, retweeted this. Frank, as is predictable, has now taken what I've said and twisting it. He says, notorious anti-Semite Karlyn is calling her audience to find where I work and DM her while calling me a psycho. Yep. This is a doxing attempt. Please go to her page and report it to X for targeted harassment. Well, that's interesting, Frank. That's interesting that you want to report me for targeted harassment. When if I go and I look in your photos page, there's a photoshopped image of me. There's a photoshopped image of me. There's a photoshopped image of me. Photoshopped of me, photoshopped of me, photoshopped of me. All photoshopped, of course. That's a photoshopped image of me. That's a photoshopped image of me. Almost every single day, Frank is posting some image that he's made. Oh, he's got, that's me there. Almost every single day. Psycho, there's me again. Look at that. So he's just scrolling down his image page. That's not me. That's someone else. There I am again. I'll bet you that's referring to me. Oh, there I am again. Oh, there I am again. So my point is... Oh, you guys couldn't see any of that. You couldn't see any of that, could you? We'll just do this again real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Sorry about that. So this is Frank's image page on Twitter. Photoshopped image of me, 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 photoshopped image of me. Photoshopped image of me. Photoshopped image of me. This is all on his Twitter right now. Photoshopped image of me right there. Me. Let's see. Me again right there. Me. So that is what Frank's Twitter page looks like right now. And Frank is trying to make it seem like I'm the one harassing him. So Frank, let me make this very, very clear, Frank. Let me make this very clear what my intentions are. I'm not going to dox your workplace on the internet. I'm not going to tell people where you work. But if I find out where you work, I'm going to find out who your boss is. And I'm going to contact your boss. And I'm going to show your boss your social media history in regard to me. And I'm going to ask very nicely that your boss, who presumably is paying for you to have internet access through them, does not allow you to use any of his organizational resources, to include the internet, to include email, to include anything that you have access to when you are supposed to be working that job. I am going to make sure that your boss, who presumably works for an organization that I could sue, I'm going to make sure that your boss has an understanding that I would really like it if company resources or organizational resources were not being used to harass me on the internet, all documented by your publicly available posts. Now, Frank, if you're unemployed, as I think you are, this really shouldn't be a problem, should it? If your boss doesn't care that you spend all your time when you're supposed to be working harassing people on the internet and photoshopping people's pictures and generally being a toxic, defamatory asshole, then this really shouldn't be a problem. But it's my kind of assumption, based on the fact that I did work in corporate for a while, I did used to do organizational psychology for a living, it's my assumption that Frank's boss is not necessarily going to like it if he knows that Frank is spending all his waking hours dicking around on Twitter and openly harassing people on Twitter, and all the evidence is right on his Twitter account because Frank isn't the brightest crayon in the box and he's off his psychiatric medication, and he just keeps doing this shit over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, Patrick, isn't it funny? I thought that doxing was publicly posting someone's private information. I never said I was going to post it publicly. What I'm planning on doing is contacting your boss with evidence about what you're using company resources to do during work hours. That's what I'm planning, Frank. That's what I'm doing. So if anyone knows where Frank McCormick works or who he works for, just DM me. I'm not going to release it publicly. I don't do that shit. Unlike Frank and his friends who have doxed people in my life, I don't do that shit. He resigned from it, but I think he had another teaching job after that, is what I'm saying. I think he had another one after that. So, Frank, that should make you feel a lot better because I'm not going to dox you. I'm not like you, bro. But you better pray I don't find out where you work because I'm getting really sick of this shit. And Frank, there's nothing that you can do to stop me. I will ask questions on the internet that you don't like. I don't care how you feel about it. And perhaps if you let go of your unhinged obsession with me and just maybe, I don't know, focus on doing something valuable in your own life, dude. Hey, Frank, why don't you use AI to write a book? Because you're telling everyone that my books are all just AI generated and I'm not actually doing anything to write them. You know what, Frank? You've never written a book before. You're probably not smart enough to. AI is going to be a great tool for you to use to actually make content that could be helpful for people. Why don't you go try writing a book with AI and see how that goes for you, bro? We'll wait for that. So guys, my DMs are open on Twitter. I am at Dr. Karlyn B. And if anyone knows where Frank McCormick works, let me know. I would really appreciate it. Back to the documentary.
All faced similar problems in the early 20th century. They were all growing wheat. They felt that they were being gouged by the railroads, by the bankers. They felt that the market conditions were working against them. Rather than seeing this in terms of impersonal market forces, they personalized it and viewed bankers, railroad men, lawyers as the enemy.
The way you express your protest at the turn of the century is, hey, wait a minute, why don't we nationalize these things? And from that, as the institutions resist, you move fairly logically and pretty quickly towards radicalism. And they're radicalized in Canada in the same way by the same people in the same organizations as they are in the United States. But let me emphasize, these organizations start not in Canada, but in the United States.
Every major U.S. farmers' organization would resurface in Canada in some form. By the 1920s, these organizations and their successors began to make their voices heard throughout the prairie provinces.
They were very soon able to influence electoral politics in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta simply by the power of their numbers. But it's really not until the Great Depression begins on the prairies, really in the 1920s, not the 1930s, with drought, with the collapse of the wheat market, that farmers began to contemplate forming their own independent political force.
In 1932, a new political party emerged from a conference in Saskatchewan, the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, the CCF.
The CCF is a kind of big bang among radical groups. Radical farmers, socialist labor unions, and radicalized socialist intellectuals, many in universities, many also in the Protestant churches. And they get together and they write a platform that calls for the socialization, essentially, of the means of production and the means of finance. I mean, it is a classic socialist platform.
Hey, Mitchell, thank you.
The party would later moderate its platform to appeal to a broader base. In 1944, the CCF swept the provincial elections in Saskatchewan, becoming the first socialist government in North America, and leaving a lasting imprint on Canadian politics.
Well, the CCF stayed in power in Saskatchewan until 1964. And one of its last acts was to bring in a socialized medicine scheme for the province of Saskatchewan, which they imposed in the early 1960s and which had such tremendous appeal that it actually pushed Canadian politics in that direction later in the 1960s. The CCF's ideas were adopted by the governing Liberal Party of Canada.
They can report that tweet all they want. I don't really care. I don't really care. I'm not breaking Twitter's terms of service. There's nothing that Twitter's going to do about it. So they can and they can whine and cry. But when I find out where Frank McCormick works, if he has a job, I'm contacting his employer. And if he doesn't like it, he can cut the shit.
And the Liberals were the ones who finally brought in national Medicare in Canada.
Socialism found more of a following in Canada than in the United States. In 1961, the CCF became the new Democratic Party. It is still largely socialist in its convictions and still a force in Canadian politics. In America, some of the ideas championed by socialists also found their way into the mainstream. Ideas like unemployment insurance, Social Security, and the 8-hour workday. But socialism itself never took root. Be sure to join us for the second episode of Heaven on Earth, The Rise and Fall of Socialism.
Yay!
For Think Tank, I'm Ben Wattenberg.
Okay, moving on. Part 2.
When Vladimir Lenin seized power in Russia in 1917, he created the world's first socialist state. But other socialists said that Lenin's dictatorship wasn't true socialism at all. Over the next 60 years, people who called themselves socialists, often disagreeing violently with each other, would rise to power in scores of countries all over the globe.
Listen, the internet always provides. Let's just, let me just take a picture of this so we can post this on Twitter. Maria says, hey, I missed something, but I have access to some databases. DM me if you want to figure out his employer. I'm short on cash, but here's your birthday gift. Maria, I will absolutely take you up on that offer. Thank you for helping me find out who employs Psycho Frank McCormick so that we can make sure that that organization's resources are not dedicated to harassing people on Twitter.
Until they ruled more than 60% of humanity.
Seen the future, and it works. Those were the words of American journalist Lincoln Steffens after visiting the Soviet Union in 1919.
Of course.
Even though the Bolshevik Revolution frightened people around the world, for many it seemed to validate Karl Marx's prophecy that socialism's triumph was inevitable. Hello, I'm Ben Wattenberg. Welcome to the second episode of Heaven on Earth, a think tank special. In this hour, the communist revolution spreads to China. Democratic socialism comes to Europe, and socialism emerges as a new path to economic growth in the third world. But as socialism in its many forms continues to spread, it brings with it disappointment and despair. Nowhere does the reality live up to the ideal. And so we begin in the new Soviet Union, that is the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
Vladimir Lenin died of a brain hemorrhage in January 1924. He was only 53 years old. But in his relatively short life, he had laid out a path to power for revolutionaries around the world.
What Lenin did electrified, excited, inspired, terrified different people all over the world, depending on their frame of mind. And one of the more curious things it did was it gave birth to fascism. Lenin had showed that you could take Marxist doctrine and sort of twist it all around. And there was Mussolini in Italy, and he says he too is a revolutionary. For him, like for Lenin, making the revolution is the main thing. And he says, well, if we could throw out the proletariat and put in the vanguard of the proletariat, maybe we could throw out the proletariat and put in the nation instead. And all over Europe, there were groups of socialists who suddenly became nationalists.
They're saying Hitler was a Of course. But of course! It doesn't matter that Hitler didn't want the abolition of private property. Let's just lie, okay. Oh, I fucking hate it when this happens. Now I'm like, I have to call into question every other thing this documentary says, because if they can get Hitler, if they believe Hitler's a communist, then it's like every other fucking thing. Yeah, well, I don't mention Hitler in the fairy tale, but the rest is true enough.
One, but not the only one, who did was Hitler, who comes along and has this new ideology of national socialism.
Not based on
which
Marxism,
retains a
bro.
lot of socialist principles, but adds on the implacable hatred of the Jews.
That's not actually true at all, but okay.
Benito Mussolini joined forces with Adolf Hitler to launch a world war even more devastating than the last. The alliance between Italy, Germany,
Hitler literally jailed socialists and communists. Hitler said that his fight was against Marxism. The Hitler was a communist crowd are the dumbest people on the internet, I swear.
and Imperial Japan placed Mussolini in bloody opposition to his old socialist comrades.
Exactly.
In the end,
National Socialism literally means nationalism, which means a border. Socialism wants to abolish all borders. You cannot have National Socialism and abolish borders. Dumb.
the grandiose ambitions of fascism went up in smoke.
And by the way, just in case anyone's confused, I am not a National Socialist. I do not agree with that philosophy either. I'm not suggesting that I'm part of it. But what I am suggesting is that I understand it enough to know that they did not abolish private property and they still wanted borders, which is fundamentally contradictory to Marxism.
The world last glimpsed Mussolini's body strung up at an abandoned gas station in Milan. The very next day, Hitler shot himself. With the defeat of the Axis powers, the ideology of fascism collapsed.
Why aren't they saying that
But
Stalin
the
won
death
World
of
War
this
II?
strange
He did.
offshoot only cleared the way for other branches of socialism to flourish.
Wait.
In the aftermath of World War II,
I love that they're like, this cleared the way for communism to flourish, and now I'm sure they're going to talk about Stalin, without mentioning at all that we were literally allies with Stalin in World War II. This didn't clear, it wasn't as though communism didn't exist, and then all of a sudden, World War II just cleared the way for communism to flourish. No, assholes. Hitler was fighting the communists. The communists were who were on our side in World War II. Stalin was a communist. Stalin created the fucking gulags. It wasn't as though it just popped up afterwards. They were already doing it, and we looked at it and said, yeah, those are the people we got to team up with. And Stalin only made it because of vast material shipped from the United States. Anyway, yeah, this documentary was clearly made by Jews. I think this book was written by, I think the guy that wrote it is a Jew, which is fine. People are allowed to be Jewish. We don't care if people are Jewish. We're just pointing out that sometimes people who are Jewish have a very distinct perspective that fundamentally obfuscates from reality when it's not convenient to the story that they're trying to tell.
communism spread like never before. The Soviet Union's military gains in World War II set stage for communist governments to take power in Eastern Europe and North Korea. But communism's biggest post-war conquest was yet to come. 4 years after the war's end, insurgent communist forces in China drove the pro-Western nationalist government off the mainland. In January 1949, the communists marched into Beijing to declare the birth of the People's Republic of China. Their leader was a 55-year-old intellectual named Mao Zedong.
Mao was a true revolutionary. He did not believe in normalcy. He did not believe in routine. He disliked bureaucracy. What he did was to mobilize millions of peasants to join the communist revolution.
Mao gave the Chinese people what came to be called the Iron Rice Bowl, a promise of lifelong economic security. But the price was submission. The party would soon control everything. the books people read, the clothes they wore, even whom they married, and how many children they had.
Mao felt that one has to really not wait for changes in the social system at all, but change human beings just as they are at once. That means to re-educate them and cut them off from all previous culture. Lenin allowed his people to read the classics and had access to the old literature. And Mao cut it all off, and for a while all they could read is inanities in the so-called Red Book. So he had this idea that if you do that, you completely cut them off from the past and create new human beings that way.
For nearly a decade, China followed the Soviet model of nationalized industry and collectivized agriculture. But the results were disappointing, and Mao grew impatient.
He became disillusioned with the Soviet model, and he thought he could improve upon it and bring communism overnight. He was truly a utopian thinker. And so that is when, in the late 1957, he launched what has been come to be called the Great Leap Forward.
At the core of the Great Leap Forward was a new Chinese institution, the People's Communes, more than 23,000 of them, comprising more than 500 million people. By mobilizing the country's vast labor pool, Mao believed his experiment would catapult China ahead of the West in both agriculture and industry. But the country's frenzied commitment to the Great Leap Forward led only to impossibly high production quotas and inferior products. In one program, the government tried to speed up steel production by encouraging peasants to build backyard steel mills on communes across China. For raw materials, the peasants donated iron goods from their own homes, including woks and other cooking utensils. The steel produced was worthless.
Mao also emphasized on agriculture production. One way he thought speeding up the agriculture growth was to plant it more densely, and that's scientifically irrational, and that did not really increase the production. Very soon, in 1959, there was also some drought, flood, and sort of natural disaster, plus this human policy, and that became a killer combo.
The peasants were forced to work long hours every day. They were totally exhausted by this. They weren't getting enough food to eat. They were literally, in some areas, starving. And it is estimated that this utopian idea led to the death of 30 to 40 million Chinese peasants.
A century earlier, Karl Marx had dreamt of the final stage of socialism, a society of complete human fulfillment, where a person might hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, and write poetry in the evening. He called it communism. In Russia and China, the word had come to mean something very different. But communism was far from the only form of socialism to flourish after the war. In Western Europe and a few other places, a competing version was making new gains. It was called democratic socialism, or more often, social democracy. Its adherents were convinced that the true, humane, and democratic essence of socialism could still be reclaimed from impostors like fascism and communism. At the forefront of the movement was Britain's Labour Party, which challenged Winston Churchill in the first general election after Germany's surrender.
We have shown that we can organize the resources of the country to win the war. We can do the same in peace.
As Britain went to the polls, socialism's greatest hopes rode on the shoulders of Labour's unassuming leader, Clement Attlee. Clement Attlee began life as the painfully shy son of a prominent London solicitor. The Attlees had a vacation home and 5 full-time servants, They were devout Christians and active in volunteer work.
The first thing you need to understand about Clement Attlee is that he came to socialism despite himself. It wasn't where he wanted to be, it wasn't what he was brought up to be. He had the fairly automatic conservative opinions of a man of his class at that time.
Attlee graduated from Oxford and drifted into law. Then, one fall evening, his brother invited him to visit a club for disadvantaged boys in the notorious slums of East London's Limehouse district.
For the first time, he saw the conditions that the poor lived in England, that it changed his life. He saw children starving. He saw huge families crammed into tiny, squalid little rooms with no furniture and no food and no heating. He saw the utter misery in which the poor lived and compared that to the way he had been brought up. This made him a socialist.
Within a year and a half, the 24-year-old Attlee took over as club manager and moved in. The Limehouse district would remain his home for the next 14 years. In 1908, he joined a group of socialists within Britain's Labour Party.
Attlee believed that if people lived in slum houses, if they were sick and couldn't have proper medical care, they grew up to be different people from those who lived in prosperity. A canon of socialism is you have to change the physical environment if you want to improve human nature, and that Attlee certainly believed.
Attlee volunteered for combat during World War I and fought with extraordinary courage. As the government mobilized the economy for war, he and others saw it as evidence that socialism could work. The influence of socialists within the Labour Party was growing. In 1918, they revised the party's constitution to support common ownership.
The British Labour Party was not started as a socialist party. It was started as a labor party, as a way for the labor unions to get some more clout or representation in politics. It then attracted more and more kind of middle-class intellectuals who were socialists. And in 1918, to make the middle-class socialists happy, the party adopts a platform which explicitly embraces socialism as the party's ideology. And where it does so is in this section that's called Clause 4, which basically said what we believe in is a society in which all the productive power is owned socially, meaning by the government or by the community.
Attlee rose to become the Labour Party's leader. During World War II, he was second only to Winston Churchill in Britain's national unity government. When the peace was finally won, much of Britain lay in ruins. In June 1945, the country held its first general election in nearly a decade. The choice was between Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee, two men who had joined together to fight the Germans, but now had different visions of how to rebuild Britain.
Any British family, including the most devoted Labour family, if they'd been asked who they wanted round for supper, they would have chosen Winston Churchill rather than Clement Attlee any day. But Winston Churchill seems to stand for the old ways, for unemployment, for poverty, for no medical care, for an inadequate system of education. Attlee was a very much more withdrawn figure, very quietly spoken little man, with very little personal charisma. But what he stood for was what appealed to the British people.
By noon on July 26th, the results were becoming clear. Labour had won by a landslide.
Never before have the electors shown clearly their desire that there should be in this country a Labour government carrying out Labour's full policy.
Socialism had never before won so clear a mandate.
The election was really fought on one issue, the welfare state. Attlee had a vision of a new Jerusalem, of a welfare state, of a city on a hill, of a society that would provide comprehensive national insurance. So this is a radical, reforming government which intends to transform British society.
Alongside the social welfare system, the other cornerstone of Attlee's new policy was nationalization. Clause 4 was still enshrined in the party's constitution. Attlee now had his chance to bring common ownership to Britain.
Let's go forward into this fight in the spirit of William Blake. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall the sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
Attlee published a book called The Labour Party in Perspective in the 1930s, but he reissued it when he was Prime Minister and with an introduction that re-endorsed the same points. And it called for complete socialism. And he went on to say that he wanted all large industry nationalized and that small industry could remain in private hands for a time. But his ultimate vision was a completely socialized economy.
Attlee's government would remain in power for 6 years. Before it left office in 1951, it had nationalized much of the country's industry and introduced an array of social welfare programs.
They took into public ownership coal, rail, steel, road haulage, gas and electricity. They created a national health service, free medical care for everybody. They
That worked
instituted a
out
system
super
of
well, by the
pension
way.
by rights at a level which made old age dignified, if not prosperous. I mean, they had a pretty busy 6 years. I don't think any government's ever been as busy.
As the Attlee government put socialism to work rebuilding Britain, the idea was being used for building a nation in another part of the world. A war-torn Britain could no longer support its far-flung empire. And one by one, colonies and territories began to fall away from the mother country. 1948 brought the creation of the new state of Israel from part of the British trusteeship of Palestine. For decades, the Zionist movement had been struggling to create a Jewish state by settling Jews in Palestine. Many of these settlements were collective socialist villages called kibbutzim.
The kibbutz itself as socialist, but also...
Wait, what? Are they about to say that the kibbutzim are the good socialism that actually works? Hang on, again, please? Excuse me?
For decades, the Zionist movement had been struggling to create a Jewish state by settling Jews in Palestine.
Wow.
Many of these settlements were collective socialist villages called kibbutzim.
The kibbutz saw itself as socialist, but also at the same time as the expression of a national revolution. And they saw themselves as, in fact, the future Jewish society of this land.
Kibbutz Genasar is nestled along the western banks of the Sea of Galilee. It was founded in 1937 by a group of young socialists. And it soon became the base of the Palmach, the elite commando wing of the Jewish Defense Forces.
We wanted to influence the country. That was the idea. We wanted to influence the country and stand for equality and all the things we believed in.
Yeah, we watched a documentary about the kibbutzes, and what the documentary says is that the children of the people in the kibbutzes left to go to capitalism. Because it didn't work then either. Oh, well, the Jews are allowed to be national
came to
socialists.
Kibbutz Gnosar
Totally
in
fine for them, not
1940
for anyone else.
when he was just 20 years old. In those early years, the kibbutz did not have tents, so he slept on the grass. But for Moshe and others, the sacrifice was worth it.
והכל זה מהרוח הזאת של הקיבוצים, היא נתנה לנו את ה...
The spirit of the kibbutz, what gave us the strength to live that way. Someone asked me once if I was religious, and I told them I have one religion, and that is the kibbutz. It covers everything you need.
The War of...
So, Jews are allowed to have socialism as their religion? Okay.
Independence came in 1948. And the kibbutz-based Palmach forces spearheaded the Jewish victory. With the support of the new state of Israel, Gnosar began to flourish. It built permanent homes, ran a profitable fishing operation, raised chickens, dairy cattle, and honeybees, and grew crops like bananas, mangoes, olives, and tomatoes.
I had never worked in farming or agriculture before, and I had never had to go by the decisions of a collective. But because what I'd been through in the past, all this wasn't hard for me.
Isaac Rotem settled at Gnosar in 1948. He is one of the hundreds of thousands of European Jews who came to Israel in the wake of the Holocaust.
I came through all the camps in Auschwitz, camps in Cyprus, and suddenly I felt like I was part of one big family. Suddenly you feel there is someone who cares about you, someone keeping up with you.
The kibbutz was socialism on a human scale. Instead of the government owning everything, as it did in the Soviet Union, and to a lesser extent in Britain, the community owned everything and made all decisions collectively.
The motto of the kibbutz movement was borrowed from Marx, which was from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. There was no private property. Everything was shared in common, but it was all done in democratic fashion, that is in group meetings or committee meetings where people could present their needs and the kibbutz would democratically decide what to do to make sure that that person had his or her needs met.
You did not need any salary because you got food in the dining room, you got clothes in the special store. At the very beginning at least, you had no private clothes. The storehouse distributed every week clothes to the members. You could receive a shirt that another member had the week before.
Like many other communal experiments, including Robert Owen's New Harmony, the kibbutz even tried to reshape family life. There would be new roles for husbands and wives, and parents and children.
Half the kibbutz members are women, and the idea was that they would be liberated from, not childbearing, of course, that's impossible, but liberated from bringing up their children, liberated from laundry, liberated from cooking, liberated from all the cares that women normally have. So they decided very early on that it was the collective's responsibility to raise the children. The children belong to all of us, and we are all responsible for looking after them. They wouldn't be under the tyranny of a bourgeois mother and father. They would be free members of the children's society, living with their own age group.
There was a notion of ben kibbutz, the son of the kibbutz, or the daughter of the kibbutz. In some kibbutzim, you even had that when a child was born, the General Assembly met and decided what will be his name of the child. how will he be called?
Thank you, Esther.
Gnosar's membership would eventually swell to nearly 400 adults. The kibbutz movement would grow to include 270 kibbutzim, with some 130,000 members, about 5% of Israel's population. and play a leading role in the life of the new state.
They marked out the border to start with, very much so, in the north, in the west, in the south, everywhere. Where there were kibbutzim, there was Israel. And they provided a major part of the agriculture. As time went on, they also produced a large amount of the industrial output. They contributed out of all proportion politically. The first two prime ministers were kibbutz members. The first cabinet of Israel, I think nearly half were kibbutz members. Army commanders, initially all the army and military commanders, these were kibbutz members. And I would go as far as to say that without the kibbutz, there wouldn't have been a state of Israel.
Wow! That's crazy.
Much was unique about the Jewish state. But in choosing socialism as its strategy for development, Israel was part of a swelling tide. For the nations reaching for independence in the aftermath of World War II, state planning was held out as the quickest path to prosperity. 60 nations in the developing world would eventually adopt some form of socialism. Most were in Africa.
Wow.
The country that became known as Tanzania would provide the world with a leader whose vision of socialism fused the ideas of the West with the traditions of Africa. His name was Julius Nyerere.
I wonder if that's why there are so many black socialists.
Nyerere's father was a tribal chief in northwestern Tanganyika, as the British territory
There were
was
also
then
tribal
known.
people, that's true.
And when the colonialists wanted somebody from the chief family to go to school, and he was virtually taken away from his goods and taken to school. That was the beginning of Julius.
By 1949, Nyerere had made it all the way to the University of Edinburgh in Scotland.
At Edinburgh, he started studying with socialist teachers who talked about community property, and Nyerere said, "We've got community property, that's what we have in my tribe." And suddenly, it seemed as if the ways that he was used to, which he had always been told were very backward and sort of a source of shame, were actually corresponding very nicely to the most advanced social thought, that is, the ultimate society that people in Europe were looking forward to.
When Nyerere returned to Tanganyika in 1952, colonial unrest had spread across the continent. To the north, Kenya was engulfed in the violent Mau Mau rebellion. Tanganyika was much quieter, but talk of independence was in the air. Nyerere took a job as a teacher, but he found his true calling in politics. He soon remade an old social club into his country's first political party. As the party attracted thousands of followers across the nation, Nyerere kept the title of his old profession, Mwalimu, Swahili for teacher. In 1961, Tanganyika finally won its independence from Britain.
Hey, Brown Barber Loot. Thank
At
you for the
midnight
super
on December
sticker. I
9th,
appreciate
the
it.
Tanganyikan flag flew for the first time. The next year, the country swore in Julius Nyerere as its first president. He had been elected with more than 98% of the vote. Nyerere set out to slay the three dragons that plagued his country: ignorance, poverty, and disease. His weapon would be socialism, fused with the ancient tribal customs of Africa. The word he used to describe it was ujamaa, Swahili for familyhood.
What my father believed in socialism, the way I understand it, is that right after independence, most Tanzanians were uneducated and were not all that wealthy. So we had to move together.
Rosemary Nyerere was born in the same year her father led the country to independence. She is now a member of parliament herself.
Mwalimu used to say that it's not new because that's how we live. You go to a typical Tanzanian village, a typical African village. We don't have these nuclear families, just the mother and the father and the children. We have lots of people living around. We help each other.
Wow.
So it's not really new.
By 1967, Tanganyika had merged with the island of Zanzibar to become Tanzania.
You know,
Nyerere had been advocating...
Like, it's not like a bad thing to say people in the community help each other, right? It's not a bad thing to say that, like, if you're an adult in the community and you see a group full of kids, you know, maybe just keep an eye on them. Like, don't do anything shady, but I'm just saying, like, make sure that there's not a group of kids playing in the middle of the street or anything. Like, you know, if kids are over at your house, make sure you give them a sandwich. Like, I mean, stuff like that. I mean, it's like, there's nothing wrong with communities agreeing that we are a community and we take care of each other, right? But that's not the same as destroying the nuclear family. Like, you can have the nuclear family and also live in a community where people care for each other and look out for each other. Those things are not mutually exclusive.
His brand of African socialism for more than 4 years, but he had not imposed it on the country. He now decided to write it into law. Nyerere laid out his roadmap to socialism in a speech that became known as the Arusha Declaration.
This was a declaration, as it said, not just for Tanzania, but for all of Africa, and indeed other Africans did look upon it that way because it was the most complete, most ambitious attempt to create a kind of communist manifesto for Africa.
Nyerere nationalized the banks and major industries, promising to give workers control of the means of production. And foreign investments would be turned away in the name of self-reliance. According to Nyerere, socialism would now pave the way to true independence.
The declaration, when it came out, spelled out so many things, a certain kind of utopia. There was this feeling that alongside economic development, you created a new human being. It was a whole new idea that talked about caring for the next fellow. That was an exciting period.
Nyerere encouraged Tanzanians to reorganize their communities into collectives he called Ujamaa villages. These new villages would build socialism, and they would also provide access to schools, hospitals, and water. Across the harbor from the capital city of Dar es Salaam, Gesalole became an Ujamaa village in 1971.
After Mwalimu Nyerere encouraged us to form Ujamaa villages, we were the first to respond and make our village an Ujamaa village. After we began leading the Ujamaa way of life, we were able to get facilities for keeping poultry, fishing. See that boat over there? We didn't have it before. We got it with our own initiative, and we made progress.
Nyerere's vision of African socialism won the admiration of many in the West. As the Cold War intensified, many saw it as the best alternative to Soviet-style communism in the Third World. Support, both moral and financial, poured in.
World Bank presidents would fly out, heads of donor agencies would fly out. Students would come to spend a half a year or a year at the University of of Dar es Salaam. The University of Dar es Salaam was a great place in the mid-1960s and early 70s. This was seen as a serious, well-reasoned attempt at socialism, and the feeling was, let's support this experiment.
Talk of socialism's potential in the Third World came amid disappointments in Europe. In places like Great Britain, pensions and socialized medicine continued to enjoy broad support. But state planning had not delivered on its promise.
There's a tension between Britain in the 1960s. On the one hand, we have the image of the swinging 60s, the world of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the world of Carnaby Street. The problem was that the kind of creative energy that you saw going into music and clothing didn't go into most parts of the British economy.
There was suddenly this colour and efflorescence, but what it concealed was the fact that the economy was essentially dying. And we're living on the credit of the past, on old, declining, rusting industries like coal mining, shipbuilding, and steel. And nobody knows where the money's going to come from now on. So it was a kind of fool's paradise.
In 1971, the Times of London called the country's condition the British disease.
The problem with the welfare state was not that it wanted to distribute goods to the people of England. The problem was that a society bent on questions of distribution, bent on questions of consumption, was not a society that was going to deal with the underlying economic problems of how you produce enough, how you produce efficiently, how you compete in a global market. And that's the imbalance.
The world was changing, and it seemed that British industry simply couldn't keep up. Laws designed to protect British workers now prevented management from changing old practices. Workers demanded and won ever higher wages, even as productivity stagnated. In 1975, inflation hit 24%.
What essentially happened was that the wage settlements, as they became higher, pushed inflation higher. And that leads to an inflationary spiral, which was very difficult to control.
Since 1945, Labor and conservative governments alike had preserved Clement Attlee's social welfare programs and most of his nationalizations. But by the mid-1970s, a growing faction within the Conservative Party placed the blame squarely on the legacy of Attlee's government.
In their view, what basically happens in post-war Britain is that socialism, disruptive trade unions, and an expensive welfare state lead to a precipitous political and economic decline. What they see is a welfare state which created a dependency culture. It robbed people of initiative. It robbed people of responsibility. It disrupted the market. It made it impossible for the country to get anything really done.
Among the most outspoken of these conservatives was the party's new leader, Margaret Thatcher.
Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I presume this is to enable us to sweep Britain clean of socialism.
Mrs. Thatcher just couldn't bear the idea that British decline should be taken for granted. She rejected that with her guts. She thought Britain should be great. Searching around for what was wrong, she decided that what the economy needed was a dynamic shakeout, was to make people self-reliant again, and above all to break the power of the trade union movement.
In the summer of 1978, the Labour Party was in power and gearing up for a new general election.
The Labour government felt that what they really needed was to have a year of very, very low inflation. So they imposed a norm on trade unions, or on all workers, of a 5% increase in wages. In December of that year, the first test of the norm came in a strike or a dispute at Ford Motor Company. And Ford settled for, I believe, about 16%, which was way above a 5% norm. At that moment, the floodgates opened, and all sorts of workers who had pent-up demands for higher wages essentially put those demands to government.
Throughout December 1978 and January 1979, massive strikes shook the country. It would become known as the Winter of Discontent. Most of the striking workers were in the public sector, the nationalized services and industries.
Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. I hate to keep interrupting the documentary, but you know what? It's my birthday. I'm going to have some fun as well. So we know that Psycho Frank McCormick is watching us right now. Do you know how we know that Psycho Frank McCormick is watching us? Because 38 minutes ago, Psycho Frank McCormick posted a clip of me from tonight's stream. I want to thank Psycho Frank for promoting my work. If I find out where you work, I'm going to find out who your boss is, and I'm going to contact your boss and show them your social media history. Yes, Frank, I am. Yep. I absolutely am. I absolutely am, Frank, because the thing of it is employers don't tend to like it when employees are fucking off on social media. They don't like it because you're supposed to be working for them. And so if I can show your employer that you are spending your time at work using their resources to Photoshop photos of me to harass me, which you do almost every single fucking day and have for months, that's going to indicate to your employer that you are not actually doing your job. And they might be upset about that. Should I put on the tiara for this? All right, I do actually have it. So, what I think is that the most likely outcome of this situation is that Frank is unemployed. I think that's actually the most likely outcome. Because he doesn't actually seem to be like that worried about me figuring out who his employer is, which means he is probably unemployed. And as Maria says, he's not getting laid on a Saturday night, just like he doesn't work at work. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's also probably true as well. I mean, you know, listen, man, things happen when you go off psychiatric medication. I don't know, but like I've heard from people that I've heard from men in particular that when you go off of psychiatric medication, oftentimes you have trouble getting it up after. This is just a rumor that I've heard. I don't know that it's true. I don't have any direct experience with it, but I have heard that men sometimes have trouble getting it up after they go off of a psychiatric medication that they've been on for like a really long time. I mean, maybe Frank's living off of disability. Is Frank just living off the government? Is that what's happening? Did Frank go off his psychiatric meds and is just like on disability, like mooching off of the government? That would actually probably make the most sense. That would explain why Frank has so many hours in the day. But I am glad that Frank is at least posting clips of me saying explicitly what I would do, which is not dox. I don't dox. Frank and his friends dox. Frank lied to his audience, telling his audience I was going to dox him when he had no evidence of it, which is very typical behavior for Frank. He lies every single day. What I'm going to do, and I'll say it again to be very clear, when I find out who Frank's employer is, if he does in fact have a job, and if he has a job, I will find out about it. If he doesn't have a job, there's nothing for me to find. But when I find out who Frank's employer is, if he's employed, I will contact his employer with his social media history. 100%. Absolutely. And if Frank doesn't believe that his social media history would reflect well on him, then perhaps Frank should stop with the bullshit on social media. Perhaps Frank should actually start behaving like an adult on social media. Perhaps Frank should stop spending his time photoshopping images of me on social media. Perhaps Frank should try to do something productive and helpful and useful with his life on social media. And then if Frank did something productive and useful in his life on social media, there would like literally be nothing for me to talk about because he would be doing something productive with his life and not talking about me. And that's all she wrote. But since Frank insists on talking about me all the time on social media, I don't feel like I'm outside my bounds. I just don't. Maria says, I mean, I probably am going to dip before the end, but my husband just texted he's on his way home from work, so I may get some indoor sports. Hey, Maria, have fun. Have fun, girl. So, Frank, you can please keep whining and complaining. It's very amusing for us. But if you are employed by someone, I will find out. And if you don't like that, then cut the shit. It's really all I want. If you stop being an asshole and talking about me all the time and obsessing about me and photoshopping pictures about me and complaining about me constantly because you have nothing else in your sad, pathetic, lonely, limp dick life, Frank, you'll never hear from me again. You want to know why? Because you're irrelevant to me, because you don't actually do anything productive. The only reason you're getting any of my attention at all right now, Frank, is because I'm deciding to give you the attention that you are so fucking desperate for, which is why you talk about me all the time. You are desperate for my attention. That's why you fell off. That's why you flipped out when I unfollowed you. I quietly unfollowed you. I didn't make any big stink out of it. I just decided you were way too fucking boring for me and you weren't that smart anyway and you weren't actually giving me any information that I didn't already have. So I unfollowed you, and then once you figured out I unfollowed you, you lost your shit. You started behaving like a jackass. We blocked you. You still didn't stop. We ignored you. You still didn't stop. Because you are an unhinged psycho that went off your medication. And after months and 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 months of dealing with your psychotic lunacy, if I find out who your employer is, your employer will be notified of your psychotic lunacy, probably that you are doing on their resources during work hours, because I can show timestamps to your employer about what time you're making posts about me. So that stands to reason if you're doing it during work hours, then you are using your employer's resources to do it. And Frank, because, well, again, I think you're unemployed. I don't think you actually have an employer. But if you do have an employer, you're actually stealing from them. If you're taking money to do a job, and you are instead spending all your time dicking around on social media and harassing people, you're stealing from your employer. And your employer is going to want to know that information. And I worked in corporate long enough to know exactly how they're going to use that information. I know exactly how to get that information to them. And you know, all you had to do was to leave us alone. That's all you had to do. But no. Frank is a psychopath and he doesn't know how to do that. Dragon Ball's all is fair in love and war, Frank. If you're going to dish it, then bend over and fucking take it, you limp dick retard. I mean, Poetry Painter can get in on it all she wants. Someone said that. But Poetry Painter is an unemployed, shut-in 500-pound housewife that never leaves her house, okay? She doesn't have an employer. She never had a job in her life. Frank has had jobs. The question is not whether or not Frank has had jobs. The question is, does Frank have a job now? And if he does, where is it? That's all. Back to the movie. It lost the sound. You guys can't hear it. Hang on. I'll fix it. I'm sorry if people don't appreciate the breaking news updates, but you know what? We're watching a long documentary. Sometimes it's nice to break it up.
Stories of ambulance drivers saying things like, yes, we know some people will die if we don't deliver them to the hospital, but we're going to strike anyway. There was a famous strike of grave diggers in Liverpool, which meant that the bodies piled up and were unburied. And there were similar strikes in other public services. Well, this kind of strike really massively erodes public support for strikes, for unions, and for a government that seems completely unable to do anything about it. In December 1978, the Labour government, despite lots of difficulties, still had a lead in the polls over Thatcher and the Conservatives. It was a tiny lead, it was 1 or 2%. By the end of February 1979, less than 3 months later, Thatcher was out in front with a 20% lead.
Thanks, Kino. Appreciate you.
In Israel, too, socialism was losing some of its appeal.
Oh, yeah?
The founders of the kibbutz movement had believed that the communal way of life would embed itself ever more strongly over time. But as the years passed, the trend on the kibbutzim was away from collectivism.
זה התהליך שנמשך למעשה מההתחלה. אם אמרתי שבהתחלה היינו מקבלים פעם בשבוע...
If in the beginning we got clothes once a week from the clothing storehouse, then later there were closets, and everyone had their own clothes at home.
אם בהתחלה כל האוכל וכל...
If at first all the food was in the dining hall, then eventually everyone had an icebox.
היינו שמים בארגז הזה קרח, ואז התחיל להיות צד בבית.
And then we started to keep things like beverages and fruit inside the house.
After Israeli statehood, the move toward a more private lifestyle accelerated. Members began to receive small cash allowances to spend as they wished. The changes extended to families as well. The kibbutz children had lived and slept in a communal children's house. But by the early 1970s, some parents were beginning to have second thoughts.
The communal sleeping, this sounded very nice, but it was enormously frustrating for parents, particularly for mothers, who really felt they weren't getting enough of their children. They weren't being with them enough. They weren't seeing them enough. They weren't being able to give them enough love.
The children's houses slowly began to empty. Many of the kibbutzim took out loans to pay for adding on children's rooms to their parents' homes. In the midst of such internal change, the kibbutzim suffered a major blow from without. In May 1977, Menachem Begin carried a conservative government into power for the first time in Israel's history. The old Labor government was out, and with it went the subsidies, tax breaks, and contracts it had bestowed on the kibbutzim.
הייתה תקופה שאנחנו היינו רצויים
There was a time when we were wanted in Israel.
כי ישבנו בהתיישבות, במקומות קשים, יצרנו אוכל, אני לא יודע מה עד ודאי...
Because we lived in the problematic areas. We produced the food. We were the heroes of this country. Eventually, the state let us know, hinted to us, we don't need you anymore. You are a place of residence like any other. Start being independent.
The kibbutzim were still socialist communities. But practical problems were forcing more and more compromises between the ideal and reality. Tanzania brought far greater disappointments. It was beginning to seem that Julius Nyereri's version of socialism was not as democratic as his supporters had hoped. In 1965, 3 years after he was elected president, he amended the country's constitution to ban all political parties but his own. Nyerere was asked whether a one-party system included safeguards against the
Look who reposted Frank posting a video of me saying explicitly that when I find out his employer, I'm contacting his employer about his social media ridiculous behavior. Oh, look, there's Carrie. Oh, my word. Oh, woke. It's woke to contact someone's employer when someone spends all day harassing you on social media. It's woke. These people literally spend all day trying to cancel people online. She's trying so hard. Trying so hard. Every single time. Every single time.
The abuse of power.
To some extent, there are safeguards, but I have sufficient power under the Constitution to be a dictator. This is the dilemma of this movement. Sometimes you build the leader to the extent that at the end, when you think you have become free, the fellow has become so powerful you don't know what to do with him.
Nyerere was looking away from the West for a model of socialism more suited to a poor country like Tanzania.
Hey, Brooks,
In
thank you.
1965,
I appreciate it.
He made his first visit to China.
You see, in the year we went to China, Tanzania was in famine.
Yo!
By that time, we were on.
Alex, did you know that you were going to help us hit goal? Did you know that when you sent in that super chat, I had literally just put that we were $100 away from goal? And I think Alex likes to fuck with me. So I think that Alex was not expecting Brooks to send a $5 super chat right before he sent it. Alex sent a $100 super. I promise you, this is what Alex was doing. Alex sent a $100 super chat, which is a boss move, especially on my birthday, when he thought we had $105 left because he wanted to put me within $5 and call, because Alex has done that like multiple times. That's okay, Alex, because you are still the king of the chat. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna take a picture of this super chat with Frank and Carrie in the background. Boss $100 super chat. Gonna have to rewatch the stream. Been napping ahead of a road trip. I hear you made Frankie Poo cry on the internet. Hopefully Jimmy is nearby to caress him to sleep. No, I don't want to wear the tiara, Jennifer. It's uncomfortable, okay? It's uncomfortable. I don't want to wear the tiara right now, okay? I don't have to wear the tiara if I don't want to. I just want to make sure I got a really good screenshot of this. Because I'm going to post this on Twitter and say, hey, Frankie Poo, thank you for helping me meet my super chat goal for my birthday. I really appreciate it. I just want to encourage everyone. You can still feel free to send in money. Hey, Mia, what did you think of my book? You better say you liked it. Otherwise, my chat is going to hate you. Mio, you let your chat attack me on my birthday. That wasn't very nice of you. I came to your show last night and I was so nice. And I sent you a super chat. I was all ready to be like anti-Semitic on your show, and then the chat just starts attacking me, and you guys just let it happen. I was like, you know what? I don't have to hang out here. I can go somewhere else. And then I sent Adam Green a DM saying, we need to get me on your show at some point soon because I'm sick of hearing about this shit. You told them to be nice. I just left. Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mio. And I actually do. I actually do believe Mio said that. I actually do believe you. Okay, I just didn't hear it. Fine. So what did you think of the... I don't want... Can you give me a timestamp? I don't want to watch the whole replay. I don't know exactly when I left. I wasn't actually thinking that much about it. If you get... Mio, can we talk about my book? Can we talk about me? It's my fucking birthday, asshole. Like, it's my birthday. Can we talk about me? What did you think about the book? Oh my. Okay, if you go get the timestamp, I'll watch it, and then you can tell me what you think about the book. God. Everyone else has to show up on my birthday.
Only 15 million people. We went to China with 1 billion and everybody had their full stomach. 1 billion, think of it. They were making their own rails and they were engineers, building their own houses, building their own roads. You see, and here we couldn't even make a bridge.
He read the fairy tale. I gave it to him.
China began to take a special interest in Tanzania's development.
Oh, God.
It would eventually contribute more than...
Mio just tweeted that he's gonna do my book review tonight. Is he gonna do it here? Or is he gonna do it on his show? I actually am oddly curious to know what Mio thinks of my book. Okay, but we're watching a documentary right now.
$2 billion in economic aid, more than it gave to any other country. As the friendship between the two countries deepened, Nyerere's vision of socialism seemed to veer more and more toward the Chinese model. And life in Tanzania began to revolve increasingly around Nyerere's single party.
After the one-party system was implemented, the country became more and more authoritarian. Party Youth Wing, for example, was established that would go around sort of imitating the Red Guards in China. The major newspapers were a party paper. The broadcast media was entirely under government control. The independent trade union movement was absorbed into the ruling party. Virtually all independent associational life was either suppressed or brought under the control of the party.
In 1967, the country began to overhaul its schools, casting off the old Western system. Students would now learn practical trade skills and socialist ideology.
Practical education in science, physics, chemistry, and biology ceased. And they say this is now triumph, but as for us, it was the end of everything.
Christopher M. Tequila is the pastor of the Full Salvation Church in Dar es Salaam and the leader of a Tanzanian opposition party. He has been arrested more than 24 times for his political activity. His problems with the government began while he was in secondary school.
All the teachers were from the West, and they taught us the sanctity of human life and dignity and all these things. Then all of a sudden, we were told that those people who were told to call as our brothers because they love democracy, human rights, now we should call them imperialists and all these things. I was confused.
The Tanzanian people did not embrace all aspects of Nyerere.
I just want to say thank you to Puppy Jack over on Rumble. Puppy Jack over on Rumble says, "Damn, Karlyn, I thought you were in your early 30s. You don't look 44 at all." Thank you. Thank you. I love everyone who thinks I don't look my age. Trust me, my back feels my age, but my face doesn't look my age. So if you have to choose, do you choose a back that feels your age, or do you choose a face that doesn't look your age? I'm going to choose the face that doesn't look my age. We can mitigate the back with like pillows and weed and things like that, I guess.
Socialist experiment.
Oh, okay. Mio, here's what I'm going to do. Okay, Mio, can I finish this section of the documentary and then I will go and watch this? I promise, okay? We're almost done part 2 of the documentary and then we will watch that.
As much as he urged them, they simply were not moving to the Ujamaa villages. In 1973, Nyerere lost patience. He ordered all Tanzanians to relocate to the planned villages within 3 years. There were problems from the start.
During the execution of the program,
thank you.
There were mistakes.
Aries age in reverse.
Sometimes a village could be taken to a place with no access of water, you see. Sometimes the people who performed the task were too brutal. At times it happened.
We were taken by surprise when the trucks came to relocate us. We had to leave the cashew nuts in the orchard just when they were ready for harvest.
Zaituni Abbasi's village was relocated to Gezaloli in 1974. Not everyone wanted to go.
Some of them were happy to come here and are with us through to this day. But others tried to escape and run away. That's why that place over there is called the mango tree of the militia. It's because the militia had to be deployed at that mango tree to keep them under control and keep them from escaping.
The villages were disastrous for food production. In 1970, Tanzania had produced enough surplus corn to export more than 500,000 tons a year. Just 4 years later, the country had to import nearly as much just to feed itself.
Wow.
Tanzania's government-owned industries were in no better shape. Typical was the massive Morogoro shoe factory.
Actually, that's pretty validating, though, because I got to tell you, when I wrote the Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale, which you should all buy on Amazon because it's awesome, one of the hardest parts of writing the book for me was thinking about the timing, because it's like the communists, like it's like communists. Okay, so how the book is written is that right after the communist revolution, things actually get better, because just because a communist revolution happens doesn't mean things go downhill immediately. Like, people are going to feel like things get better first, and then slowly over the course of time, they're going to get worse. And one of the things I really had to think about was, like, how long will it take for a communist revolution to fail? And so there's a reoccurring theme of the number 3 in the book, and there's numerology reasons for that. All right, it wasn't just but so I pegged it at around about 3 years. Like, the last part of the book where they're talking about the downfall, like, communism makes things better at first for people and people are really excited, and then slowly and surely over like the course of 3 years, things decline before they all really start to fall apart. So that's actually pretty validating, because I was kind of like, I was like, should I have made it longer? Should I have made it over a more expansive period of time? And actually, originally when I wrote it, it was over a much shorter period of time. And then I kind of thought about it and I was like, that's not realistic. Human beings don't change that much that quickly. So anyway.
By the early 1980s, it operated at 4% of capacity. Conflict on Tanzania's border with Uganda and an international oil crisis struck a further blow to the economy.
After the war, things got tough. There was a shortage of a lot of things. I remember personally walking to Kenya to come back with...
Yeah, that's a good point, Jennifer.
Toothpaste.
Planners plan, but they don't produce. That's a really good point, actually.
And things like that. There was also a shortage of food. There had been a famine. So things were bad. Things were bad.
Julius Nyerere had succeeded in creating a nation. But socialism had failed to make it prosper.
All right.
For many in the West, mostly on the left.
That's part 2. There is still one more part to go, guys. Patrick said, I have to ask, why do socialists think it will work when it hasn't numerous times? I swear to God, they actually really do say real socialism hasn't been tried and we're going to do it differently this time. And what they're mostly talking about is that socialists believe that a couple things need to happen for real socialism to work. One, they believe that it has to come from a fully developed society. So they believe that the only way socialism can work is if a society has developed all the way up through capitalism into late stage capitalism, and then you transition from late stage capitalism into socialism. And they believe if it happens any earlier than that at all, it's not going to work. So like with Africa, with the tribes in Africa, they didn't develop into a fully capitalist society. So that when they look at those things, they say, oh, real socialism wasn't tried because when they implemented it, it wasn't a fully developed society. But if the society develops through capitalism and inherently feels all the harm and all the damage that capitalism can cause, that's when socialism can work, because they think it'll change human nature or something. The other thing they say is that real socialism has to be global, which is why they say it didn't work in the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union this is why there's a discrepancy. You asked earlier, you said that Leninists and Trotskyists and Stalinists were basically all the same. And I corrected you and I said, no, actually, Stalinists and Leninists and Trotskyists don't get along at all. In fact, Leninists and Trotskyists believe that Stalin did more to screw things up than actually help. And the reason that is because Stalin didn't try to make it global. And they do talk about this. They do whole lectures about all the ways in which Stalin screwed up. And so they believe that if it's not a global endeavor, if you have a socialist or communist state and they're surrounded by capitalist states, it's not going to be successful. So that's the other reason they believe real socialism has never been tried. Anyway. All right. I promised we would watch Mio telling people to be nice to me. So we will transition quickly over to Cozy. Mio, do you want to come on and talk about what you thought about my book? Or do you just want to are you trying to get us to come watch your stream later? Are you going to talk about my book on your stream later? Or do you want to I'll send you a link to come on and you can tell me what you thought about my book. I don't mind. You can come and give me a review. It's fine. It's my birthday. It's my show. I can do what I want. Or are you going to torture us and make us watch your show later? And you're going to be really vague about it because you're trying to get us all to come and watch your show. All right. Let's see what they had to say. Okay, sound set up. Now you can see here, I was sitting in Politically Provoked's chat, and they all started being so mean to me. They were giving me shit about retweeting Adam Green, who I will retweet whoever I want. I don't care. You can see the chat on the screen. They're giving me shit about talking to Arthur, who Arthur is one of my favorite people on Twitter. I will absolutely talk to Arthur if I want to. And they were being so mean and I didn't even do anything. You can see, we'll look at the chat leading up to it. And because they were so mean to me, I was like, you know what? I don't have to sit here and I don't have to take this shit. I can go somewhere else on the internet. I don't care. I was just hanging out.
Seemed like it was possible to us.
By the way,
but
ask yourself this: who
No.
has access to your medical history?
that?
In theory, it's just you and your doctor.
Arthur Quanley,
the
artist.
Rogan, or in the description
where they were developing the chat has successfully baited Karlyn into talking. You people are too much. Function research, and they go, no, what happened is these freaks were eating bat heads.
That's
and
right.
you're like, wait, that's not racist?
pretty
The
racist.
other one was
They're
racist?
eating pangolins.
Well, that one fell apart in front of our eyes.
Well,
They were incredibly mean and disrespectful.
And I've said repeatedly, it's kind of inevitable to me that if you see something that is called a racist conspiracy theory fall apart and become also what we used to call true in a few years, it's likely to blow a lot of people's minds. But the question then is, do you help those minds that have been blown blow themselves out some more by doing a whole load of other conspiracy stuff? Do you decide to go, hey, what else have we been lied to?
I said, golly gee, you guys make it seem so appealing to continue to support Nick, which is honestly really the issue I have with this. I don't have any issue with Nick. My volume is way off here. I'm going to turn my mic down. I don't have any issue with Nick Fuentes. Nick hasn't done anything to me. I'm not upset at Nick. I'm not mad at Nick. I'm not pulling my support from Nick at all. But when groypers are being ridiculous because they want to control who I retweet, when I'm not saying anything about Nick, that's crossing a fucking line. It just is. They don't get to tell me who I retweet. They don't get to tell me that I can't talk to Adam Green. Adam Green will bring me on his show to talk about my books and stuff I'm doing. Nick doesn't collaborate with me, and which is fine, by the way. I actually am not quite sure I want that particular type of spotlight on me. But you're not going to get in the way of fucking up my shit. If someone else wants to talk to me about my work and my books and what I'm working on, I'm going to talk to them. And if you don't like him, then don't watch. It's fine. But I have no issue with Adam Green.
Maybe Churchill wasn't a great guy. Maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. Maybe the Holocaust, et cetera, et cetera.
Nobody is
Exactly
saying that. No one is saying maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy.
You are saying that.
No
if
one's
you're
saying
saying that in the
doing...
1930s, Hitler kept the anti-Semitism down.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he was saying is that he didn't do it as publicly. He was doing it in meetings because the support.
And so then I said, all right, I'm out. It's been real, but I'll go hang out with Adam Green on the other side of the internet.
For that kind of thinking
and then I
wasn't as ubiquitous as it was.
Joe, is I've seen this.
All right, wait, pause it.
I know exactly what.
Okay, can we all get along in chat? Can we all get along in chat? Look, someone said Karlyn's a traitor. Karlyn's not a traitor. Karlyn's just not a groiper. Karlyn's Karlyn. She's a witch, you know. She does the cards, the witch cards.
Tarot cards.
She's a witch. She's, you know.
Not a witch.
Did you know that she's literally not Catholic?
Not Catholic.
Did you know that, guys? I mean, you guys, there's a whole lot going on there. And she's been that the whole time.
Yep.
The whole time that she and Nick are cool. She has been all of these things because she's not Groiper. She's Karlyn. And she's just also hanging out. Okay.
I think they just wanted your attention, Karlyn. They were trying to bait you. You hadn't talked in a while, and so they wanted to bait you.
It's because we're being boring and
they wanted to talk. They wanted to do
okay, so can we all just get along?
Oh man.
These guys are drinking.
Okay. I don't know exactly how I feel about Mio defending my honor. I don't know exactly how I feel. Mio defended my honor in a very admirable way. You know, Mio, whoever would have thought that when Big Tech started flirting with me on the internet, just to piss you guys off, that we would be here today, a year and a half later, with you defending my honor to the Groipers. I gotta say, man, I appreciate it. I did not expect it, but I have to say I appreciate it. I don't do magic. I'm not a witch. I know. Look at us. We're all adult-like. If only everyone could get along and be adults. Now, Mio, more importantly, what did you think of my book? Do you want to come on and tell me what you thought of my book? You don't have to come on video or anything. I know you don't do that. You can just come on audio and tell me. I can put the link in the chat. Do you want to talk about what you thought about my book, or are you trying to bait us into coming and watching your show later? Because we got another episode of Socialism to watch. Do you want to come on? I'm going to put the link in the chat. No one else come on, only Mio. I'm actually terrified. I'm actually terrified of what Mio thinks of my book. I'm actually terrified. Okay, well, Mio is figuring this out. I need to pee real quick. Can I go to the little socialist room? Mio will get on the stream. I'm gonna go pee real quick. You guys know I pee super fast. I'm gonna play a music video, and Mio's gonna get on the stream, and then we're gonna talk about what Mio thought about my book. And let's see. I'm gonna play the classic music video. I'm gonna play this one. Okay. Enjoy this brief intermission. Everyone go to the bathroom. Everyone go get another drink. We're gonna be here a while, okay?
He's calling out cults and conspiracies wild. Gnostic sex cults and theories compiled. But one question's raised and it's blocked on the spot. No room for dissent in the world he's got. But the crowd starts to laugh. They're starting to see a whole lot of words that just don't agree. Oh, Emperor James, are you feeling the breeze? Might wanna look down, see what's caught at the knees. He's the emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, slipped down by his own price. The fat is an intellectual line. Oprah's got mind control, powers divine. He's calling Saint Michael the devil in charge, and telling the Catholics they got it too large. Oh James, don't you know it's a tricky game when you're calling out folks but you're doing the same. You say it's the truth only you understand, but the crowd's got a mirror showing just where you stand. He's the emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. Start to fade and the truth comes around. His theories unravel like threads on the ground. The court starts to giggle, the people all cheer, for the emperor's naked, the truth's finally here. He's the emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. So here's to the lesson, let's give it a toast to emperors walking in nothing but boast. Join Karlyn's cult and open your eyes. She's here to expose James's epic lies.
You know, I had just about given up. I came back from the bathroom and Mio wasn't here, and I was like, he's not gonna come on, that asshole. And then it was like right before the song ended. It was right before, and guess what? He's here. Okay, Mio, hi.
Hey, Dr. Karlyn.
Hello.
How's it going?
So you read
Happy
my book?
birthday.
Thank you.
I did. I read your book.
What'd you think? Honest review.
Well, I'll start by saying it's an excellent critique of communism. I will give you that much.
Thank you.
I know that's really what you're going for, and in that regard, absolutely nailed it. Overall, it was really the last half of it that was the most compelling, I'd say.
I would agree with
that.
I
enjoyed the whole story. I actually enjoyed, I gotta say, it was a fun little story. I enjoyed it. It was good. I could tell that the second half was what you poured the most energy into. I don't know how much I can say exactly, but there were a couple cool moments in there, like very human moments where like one character is making a toy for another character, stuff like that. And it's in the right moment, stuff like that. You did it well. It works. I thought it was told pretty well. Like in the beginning, my critique, if I have to have one, in the beginning, it all feels like I don't know what you're going for, like if it's an actual fairy tale or if it's about the fairy tale of communism. And later it's like makes more sense. Like, okay, so this is a book, but told in the way of a fairy tale because that's what communism is. And so that all adds up and makes sense. But it all feels a little on the nose. Some of
it was very on the nose. The terms are brought up right away. All of this, things that are probably daily terms to you and maybe in the world you've created here. Well, yeah,
you definitely built an interesting world. The development went well. I think we're gonna have to talk about your ending.
We can't. No spoilers. I'll come on your show and talk about it. Don't do spoilers.
All
yet.
Right.
The book just came out. People don't know the ending, but no, you are absolutely right that the whole. I mean, basically, like the whole book was to build up to the ending. That's what it was. But it had to be a slow build up because something like that ending doesn't happen without a long build up.
Well, and you know, you did, the development was great in that regard. You know, I guess I can't say. I guess you guys are gonna have to read Dr. Karlyn's new book, A Communist Manifesto, Revolutionary Cautionary Fairy Tale. You're gonna have to read it for yourselves.
I did tell you that it was going to be a revolutionary fairy tale, literally on the cover of the book, though, didn't I?
Yeah, well, and it was. It definitely was that excellent critique of communism. I will say what Karlyn did well was displaying really what's inevitable in the belief system itself, and not just like part of certain instances, like they would claim and whatnot, but built into the ideology, the whole framework of thinking, how it naturally progresses from one thing to the next and what logically follows from that. It's all fleshed out. You understand communism well. I'll definitely say that.
And I never read any of the books. I just listened to communists talk about it for 3 years.
No, there you go. I mean, that's what you're fighting against, is them, right?
Yeah. Anyway. Well, I
think it was a good book.
Thank you.
Yeah, I you know, I figured it's an important work of our time now. What's that?
Well, let's make it an important work of our time. I want it taught in schools. I actually really do. I think they could teach that in schools. And it would be an interesting way for kids to actually learn about communism that's not like just reading like history, right?
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that you built the framework well and described, like how you told a fun little story of how it all goes wrong. So you did that pretty well. It was a fun little book. I enjoyed it. So
cool.
Big W. Thanks for having me on, Karlyn. And
are you
you got to come on my show later.
Well, when is it? When are you going live? I'll come on your show later. I just have one more part of the documentary to watch.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, it's going to be in a little bit. I think Brittany's doing Passover.
Brittany's being Jewish?
Well, I mean, is that out of character?
I guess not. Hey, did you see how the Jews on Twitter were all upset at me? Were you proud of me for my anti-Semitism about Jewish soda?
Oh yeah, I did see that. The Jewish soda. That was a new one for me. Karlyn red-pilled me on something. Sheesh.
Yeah. What a time
That's
to be alive.
crazy. Everywhere you look, you think you're red-pilled enough, and there's still always another thing out there.
Well, and you know what's funny is the reason I saw that content is that all of a sudden, for no reason, Instagram is starting to give me all of these Jewish videos to watch. Like, and I never searched for it or anything. It was just like, all of a sudden I had like purse videos and cooking videos and like, royal videos. And then all of a sudden Jewish videos started showing up in my Instagram.
Well, you know what? That's interesting because you want to learn about communism? What do? You watch the communists, right?
Yep.
So maybe if you start watching some Jews, you'll figure out what they're really up to.
Well, it's actually in the part of the documentary we just watched, they had a whole section about the kibbutzes in Israel.
Oh, well, there you go. Hey, and knowing is half the battle.
Exactly. All right, Mia. Well, thank you for coming on and reviewing my book, and thank you for taking the time to read it. And I will talk to you about the details in the book on your show if you want. But people have to know if you listen to Mio's show and you haven't read the book yet, like apparently he wants spoilers. So that's fine, but I just don't want to do it on my channel.
Yeah. All right. Well, that sounds good. You got to read Karlyn's book, everybody. It's it's a good critique of communism. It's all in there, and it's a fun little story. And that's the only way to find out the ending that everybody's talking about. So,
thank you.
Anyway,
Mia.
thanks for having me, Dr. K. And we'll see you on my show.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later. All right. Well, that was nice of Mia to come on to tell us what he thought about it. It was nice of him to take the time to read it. I sent the book to a bunch of people, and I'm going to be actually very interested to see who among the people that I sent the book to actually read the book and talk about the book, and who doesn't read the book and talk about the book. And that will be very informative of me, or to me, rather. Anyway, back to our stream. And we are moving into the final part. Is everyone ready for the last part of the socialism documentary? I've been enjoying this so far, honestly. And I don't really have much to add in terms of commentary, which is why I'm not saying much. I'm just actually just enjoying the documentary. So I hope you guys are enjoying the documentary too. As a reminder, you can still send me in a birthday super chat if you would like. And that will mean, we go past the goal, which would be awesome. You can also send in Cash App, Venmo. You can subscribe to my Substack if you want. Support the work I'm doing. That is the best gift you can give me on my birthday. And if you don't have the money right now, that's totally fine. Share the work I'm doing with your friends. Share it with your family. Share it on your social media. Let other people know what's going on. Sharing my work in many respects is even more valuable to me than people donating, even though donate too if you can, because I'm 100% funded by you. But sharing my work is honestly incredibly nice, and I really do appreciate when people do it. And let's jump into the last part of our documentary for tonight. And thank you guys for hanging out so much. Whoa!
By the late 1970s, roughly 60% of the world's population found itself under socialist governments of one kind or another.
60%?
Communists ruled China,
wow.
Russia, Eastern Europe, and much of Asia. Third world socialist governments controlled 3 nations in the Middle East and Africa. Social democratic parties held majorities in much of Western Europe. Even with all its problems, socialism was still in power. Then, unexpectedly, the pendulum began to swing.
In 1968, the influential American sociologist Michael Harrington could convincingly write these words: most of the people around the world call the name of their dream socialism. Despite all the carnage wrought in its name, the idea of socialism somehow retained great power over the human imagination. But even then, socialism's grip on power was coming to an end. Hello, I'm Ben Wattenberg. Welcome to the concluding episode of Heaven on Earth, a think tank special. In this hour, the two great communist powers move away from socialism with momentous consequences. In the West, in order to stay in business, democratic socialists relabel themselves the party of business. And among the kibbutzim of Israel, the socialist faithful are tested by modernity, prosperity, and generational change. We begin in China.
In December 1978, the Chinese Communist Party yielded to the vision of a new leader, Deng Xiaoping. Deng's plan for China after Mao began with what he called the four modernizations of agriculture, industry, technology, and defense.
What was different about Deng Xiaoping is that he was not ideological. He didn't believe you could introduce utopia overnight, as Mao thought he could do. And he realized that in order to bring about change in China, you had to have fundamental economic reforms.
Change lay ahead for the social democratic world as well. The following spring, Margaret Thatcher became the first female Prime Minister of Britain. Central to her campaign, a promise to reverse the legacy of Clement Attlee. She began by privatizing many of the nationalized industries.
Margaret Thatcher's election in 1979 really is an emblem of the first triumphs of the capitalist revolution. A year later, Ronald Reagan comes to office. Soon after that, socialist regimes in France and Spain make definite rightward turns. So while it would be too much to see Margaret Thatcher's election as the beginning of the end, it is a very powerful first salvo and an augur of things to come.
Now, remember, this documentary was made in 2005. And so my argument would be that since this documentary was made, things have perhaps swung back in the opposite direction. Dragon Ball says, Karlyn, my entire street in Hong Kong is antique shops. One of them is all vases of Mao and CCP propaganda from the early 20th century. It's something to see. Is there any way you could take like a picture of that and send it? I would honestly just be really curious to see it.
What I'm describing now is a plan
allowed.
to hope for the long term. The march of freedom and democracy, which will leave Marxism, Leninism on the ash heap of history.
Thank you, Reagan.
As it has left other tyrannies which stifle the freedom and muzzle the self-expression of the people.
I appreciate the cash app.
The accession to power of Ronald Reagan, which happened to come at around the same time as the shift to the right in other comparable societies, all of them had in common, not just Reagan but also Thatcher, the view that Soviet power, the apparently unshakable edifice of the USSR and its Eastern European dependencies, needn't be taken for granted, that its survival was not a given. Why assume that they're going to be our rivals forever? Why not see if we can outbid them and even subvert them?
As Reagan took office, signs of strain were beginning to appear in the Soviet Empire. In the summer of 1980, Polish workers defied the communist government by going on strike in the linen shipyard in Gdansk. The strike grew into an independent trade union committed to democracy, solidarity. Soon, it could count more than 1 out of every 4 Poles as members.
The advent of solidarity in Poland was one of the most significant factors that contributed to the collapse of communism. First, by example, the fact that solidarity and independent trade union could come into existence in a workers' state where workers were allegedly happy showed, first of all, that they weren't happy, and second of all, that change was possible, and it was without question a great inspiration to the dissident movements across the bloc.
Meanwhile, the Kremlin faced a crisis in leadership.
Love you, Jennifer. Thank you.
In March of 1985, Soviet leaders gathered in Red Square for the funeral of Konstantin Chernenko,
I wonder if
the third
ChatGPT
Soviet
will
leader
help
to
me
die
write
in
erotic
office in the
fiction.
past 2 years. Their choice for a new leader was fateful. Mikhail Gorbachev may have been the last true believer in the revolution's ideals. But his attempt to recover true socialism from the communist bureaucracy would shake the Soviet Union to its foundations. Mikhail Sergeyevich
Dragon Ball just
Gorbachev
sent me a
grew up in
picture.
the 1930s.
Crazy.
It was a period known as the Great Terror. Under the rule of Lenin's successor, Joseph Stalin, millions were arrested and often executed. Scholars say that as many as 20 million people died.
Gorbachev was the grandson of a rich peasant who was arrested, deported. These were called kulaks. And in the early 1930s, the kulaks were all told to go to work on collective farms, and those who disagreed were deported, killed, sent to concentration camps. His other grandfather was arrested in the 1930s, was also in a camp. So he grew up with a very powerful sense of what had been wrong with the system, of what had really happened during Stalin's time, and this probably did have an effect on his later politics.
By the time Gorbachev became General Secretary in 1985, he realized the Soviet system was not only cruel, it was hopelessly inefficient.
Gayla!
Imagine what it is getting
Thank you,
an
Gayla.
American
I
driving
appreciate
license.
you.
It's quite difficult, quite a tedious process. Imagine doing it every day.
You want to see the picture too? Okay, hang on. Let me get the picture that Dragon Balls just sent me of the vases. I'll pull it up so I'm not doxing nothing. Guys, I appreciate everyone hanging out on my birthday. I hope you're all having a good day. Okay, so he only sent me one picture. He says he has more and he'll send them another time, which is fine. I think it's fascinating. Maybe I should go to Hong Kong to check this stuff out. Let me see if I can pull it into the browser. So this is the picture that he sent me with the vases. That's so cool. I love communist propaganda. Like, low key, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Like, I actually really do like communist propaganda. Just not obviously, I don't obviously like the values that it stands for, but like, I just think it's so interesting to look at. I think propaganda in general is interesting to look at. And it's like, again, like, these are the things that create the culture. It sounds silly, right? But like, you put your message on something, you put your pictures on something, you put your art on something, a vase, a book, a poster, a t-shirt. This is part of the reason why I sell t-shirts. It's like, you are wearing your values when you're wearing a cool graphic t-shirt that's like an anti-communist t-shirt. Or like, and these things do matter. This is why we make this stuff. This is a uniform in some respects, right? Imagine a whole shop with just like CCP propaganda. That'd be cool. Imagine, I saw an exhibit when I was in London at the Tate Modern. I think it was at the Tate Modern. I went to a whole bunch of museums. But like they actually had a whole Russian propaganda exhibit at the Tate Modern, and it was so cool to see it. And I just think there's like so many things we can do to satirize the socialists and communists, because that's really kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of talking here because I'm a little drunk because I didn't really eat that much today, and I've already had one beer, and I just poured another beer that's an imperial stout, so I might be a little talky right now. But I think a lot about how we can satirize the left, how we can kind of like mock them by taking their stuff and just tweaking it a little bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. My publishing company is called Red Menace Press for a reason. It is the Red Menace Collective for a reason. Like I make it look like communist leftist propaganda for a reason. We use their language ironically against them for a reason. And it's all because like I think a lot about First of all, I just think their stuff looks cool, and if we can take something that like looks cool and just twist it slightly to be against the thing, I think that's kind of an interesting way to approach it, and no one else is doing it, which is more important to me. These things sell for thousands of dollars. Wow. I'm going to collect communist propaganda. Oh, Rodney over on Rumble. A few pennies to help keep the lights on. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back to our documentary. Thank you, Dragon Balls, for sending that picture.
This is what the Soviet life was. The whole system was based on people, as we said, pretending that they work, and the government pretending that it pays. It used more people where you could have used more brains, and that, I think, in effectiveness, this swampish feeling of absolutely going nowhere, that was what Gorbachev inherited.
But for Gorbachev, the problem was not with the Soviet system itself. It was with how that system was being run.
One-party state socialism was, according to Gorbachev, a voluntary free choice of the Russian people. He felt that, therefore, he could loosen up the controls, but basically that would not change one thing that was the most important to him, which is the state ownership of the economy, which to him was the basis of the Soviet regime.
Gorbachev had a core diagnosis for what ailed the Soviet economy: bureaucracy. His prescription to fight it was called perestroika.
Oh, that's what
rebuilding,
perestroika
transforming
is. Okay.
things. But I think that Gorbachev
I learn something
still
new every day.
considered it possible that all these things would be done within this centrally planned system that existed in the Soviet Union. That was his mistake.
Gorbachev set out to cut the red tape. But the whole system was made of red tape. For all his efforts, it seemed Gorbachev was running in place.
只有解放思想，坚持实事求是，一切从实际出发。
As Gorbachev struggled to clear a path to true socialism in the Soviet Union, the socialist idea was being redefined in China. Deng Xiaoping said his reforms were creating socialism with Chinese characteristics. Many observers...
Is that where James cribbed that line from? He cribbed it from Deng Xiaoping? It's so funny that every now and again, like bit by bit by bit by bit, I find out that literally every fucking thing that James Lindsay has ever said and done has been ripped off from other people. Everything, even the Gnostic stuff. James is ripping off the Gnostic stuff from Eric Voegelin. He's also ripping stuff off from Stephen, what is his name? Stephen Conklin? Wow. I guess I didn't really think about it because I didn't really pay that much attention when he was talking about Danganism. I didn't pay that, or Dangism, however it's pronounced. I didn't see, I don't know that much about it because I haven't studied that, because that's not what's going on in America. So I just kind of like ignored it. Oh, Stephen Conklin is working with him. Oh, that's why he's copying his shit. Wow. Yeah, James Lindsay, I steal from people all the time. I'm worse than Claudine Gay. I didn't realize that's where that line came from. I really didn't, because it's just not something I had studied. So that's funny. Wow. Hey, never sent a super chat before in my life, but I'm going to do it for my Aries queen, who always comes through with the special, informative, distinct content. Happy birthday. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I don't know who you are, but apparently you've been tuning in. I don't know. Like, come participate in the chat sometime. but I really do appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to pop your super chat, Sherry. Thank you for supporting the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it. Can we hit $500 tonight? That'd be pretty great. It's as if he acts like the plagiarist Marx plagiarizing Marx. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Wow. Communism with China. Whatever, man. James isn't even talking about the left anymore. That's his prerogative.
Thought it looked more like capitalism. Whatever it was changing the face of China.
So Chinese communism turned basically into capitalism, which is why the communists don't like China. So why are we opposed to China then? Like, why are we opposed to China, though? Seriously. I mean, I know China's stealing our intellectual property and they're buying farmland, and I don't think that's good. I think that's probably bad. But, like, can someone explain to me why we hate China? Like, really?
The country had just emerged from one of the most devastating periods in its history. After the failure of the Great Leap Forward, Mao Zedong launched the Great Proletarian
this
Cultural
makes more
Revolution.
sense. Okay. Xi is reinstalling socialism.
The goal was to cleanse the country of creeping capitalist and bourgeois influence. But Mao's new revolution soon veered out of control. Over the next decade, some 100 million Chinese citizens were persecuted, including Communist Party officials.
What Mao did was use the young people, he called the Red Guards, to literally throw out the party leaders, to rebel against their teachers, rebel against anyone with any position or any seniority. And so it led to a period of utter chaos in China, in the economy, in the political system. And it was that chaos that totally, I believe, demoralized the population, turned them away not only from Mao, but from any belief that Marxism, Leninism, or any ideology, or any ideological utopia was going to solve their problems.
Deng Xiaoping had been with the communist movement from the beginning and served as one of Mao's closest advisors. But his pragmatic outlook had more than once landed him in trouble. During the Cultural Revolution, he was twice purged from power. Deng's family fared worse. The Red Guards drove his brother to suicide, and his oldest son to jump out of a window, sustaining injuries that left him a paraplegic.
Well, that's horrifying. Hey, so welcome. I really appreciate your support. Our new friend says, I've been a subscriber since 2020. Then you've seen a lot. You've seen a lot of evolution. I really appreciate you hanging out with us.
But Deng's fortunes would soon change. Mao's death in 1976 gave rise to a vicious power struggle. And Deng came out on top.
When Mao died, Deng was the highest ranking leader left. Several leaders died during the Cultural Revolution. And he came back to power with a few of his old communist buddies who supported him, who were totally disillusioned with Maoist policies. And they were open. They didn't know what they wanted to do. In fact, the slogan they used was, "We have to feel for the stones as we cross the river to get to the other side."
In 1978, 18 families in China's Anhui province made a secret pact. They would divide their collective farm into individual plots.
Ooh.
They would work independently,
Oh.
and each family could keep whatever profits they earned.
The scandal.
If any of them got arrested, the others promised to care for their children.
When Deng heard about this from one of his colleagues, who was the governor of the province of Anhui where it began, he said, "Don't stop that." He says, "Let's see how it works out." And when this governor then reported that incomes were increasing and harvests were doubling, then Doug said, okay, this is the way to go. And so he made this a policy by the early 1980s. By 1982, this was the policy in the whole country. Every single commune was decollectivized.
Wow. So they all mutually agreed that they were going to live around each other, but they were all going to do their own thing, and that they could have private property because you could keep what you earned. But if someone got arrested, there was like, they were going to take care of each other's children. Shouldn't that be how it works? If you want to live in a more communal society, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to live in a more communal society, to say, you are my neighbor, I'm going to take care of you, you're going to take care of me. Like, that's kind of, in an ideal world, how it should work. And it seems like that's kind of exactly what they did. Hey, Espinola says, I've been here for all the beef and drama and crazy since 2020. Through it, Karlyn has been solid. I really appreciate that, because you know what? Sometimes I feel like I've been pretty solid. I did have a nervous breakdown around about 2022, but like, which I feel like was induced by the amount of bullshit that I had to deal with. But like, I feel like I've been solid and consistent and have, like, you know what? Listen, can I just pat myself on the back a little bit? Because I really feel like with the amount of ridiculous bullshit that I've had to deal with on the internet, it is actually kind of a miracle that I was able to keep my head down enough to be able to build what I've built and to be able to do what I did, in terms of focusing most of my energy on the content and what I was doing. I was thinking about this the other day. It actually is kind of a miracle that happened, because there were people on the internet that were trying to do, I mean, there still are today, doing everything they could to shut me up, doing everything they could to get me to log off the internet. And it was just like, I really do appreciate that. It's like, you know, it's not as easy as not giving the haters attention, because they wreak havoc on your entire life. They destroy your reputation. They lie about you all over the place. And unfortunately, people believe them. And the people who believe them lie about you even more. And it's like, so it is actually, I guess I just want to say thank you for seeing through all the bullshit. And I do appreciate everyone who's seen all the bullshit, through all the bullshit, because I feel like I look at these people's accounts sometimes and I see the things they say about me. And it's like, they have constructed some lunatic version of me that's not real, and it's just a matter of like, who sees through that, and who is smart enough to see through that and see what the truth is. So I appreciate people who've stuck around.
Deng Xiaoping had a saying that had infuriated Mao. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice.
True.
Peasants got back their own family plots, and that released this energy of the peasants to earn money. They had economic incentives, and then the villages began to set up small workshops, and they did small-scale things. Then they began to make connections with the international markets, and they would start producing shirts or socks or textile goods. So it was a gradual process.
When I first started as a freshman in college in 1978, our meals did not even have enough meat. By my second year in college, things began to change dramatically. Food became abundant, a variety of vegetables, meat became available.
Colombia!
And I feel at that time I could see the change quite dramatically unfolding. And indeed, people knew that's because of the reform.
It is amazing how quickly things can turn around, though, isn't it? It's like you destroy an entire society with communism, but when you start to turn things around and do things differently, things bounce back, and like relatively quickly.
1984 marked the 35th anniversary of the People's Republic of China. According to the World Bank, China's economic growth had now reached 10% per year.
Thanks, Spirit Matter. I appreciate
it would remain
you.
there for more than a decade. But China was still a communist country. Beneath the rising tide of economic and personal freedom, the political system remained largely unchanged.
in the beginning, Deng Xiaoping thought he could have both economic reform and also political reform. But when the Solidarity movement developed in Poland, there was this great fear in the Chinese leadership that you would have a comparable development in China, a joining together of labor, of workers, and intellectuals. So he began to gradually clamp down.
On May 15th, 1989, the Soviet General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev boarded a jetliner for Beijing. His historic visit would lay to rest a bitter 30-year struggle for leadership of the communist world. An elaborate welcoming ceremony was planned at Beijing's Great Hall of the People. But there was a problem.
Suddenly a message comes to Gorbachev or his party on the airplane saying, well, we've changed the plans. When you land, we're going to have some alternative ceremony. We're not going to the Great Hall of the People. And the reason is because that's in Tiananmen Square, and Tiananmen Square is filled with demonstrators demanding an end to communist rule in China.
Wow.
By the third day of Gorbachev's visit, 1 million people occupied the square and the surrounding area. Once the Soviet leader had departed, Deng ordered his troops to clear the square.
To this day, we do not know exact numbers of people who died in the bloodshed. Some reports say there were thousands, others say hundreds. Probably truth is somewhere in between.
Yo!
Even though Deng had put down the movement for political reform in China, he soon ordered that economic reform resume.
Hey, we broke 500!
In 1993, the National People's Congress enshrined the term socialist market economy in the Constitution. Still, the Communist Party remained firmly in control.
Deng is a very complex figure. His stature in history will be examined, re-examined many, many times down the road. His end goal is not to dismantle the rule of the Chinese Communist Party. Never was. The Chinese reform, it was able to keep stability, but it has not really fundamentally changed the political system.
Deng and Gorbachev were two reformers who set out to rescue socialism. Okay. But they were on two different paths. While Deng focused on overhauling the economy, Gorbachev turned his attention to the political system.
Gorbachev in 1987 did face a choice. He came to the point where he either had to retreat to essentially neo-Stalinism of the Brezhnev era and pray that there would be enough political stability for him to serve out his term, or he had to radicalize his approach. Nobody at the time, say early 1987, had any idea that this would lead to a revolution.
In a way, it had come full circle. Here, Lenin had revised Marx, Karl Marx, who believed that the proletariat was naturally socialistic and would make a revolution, and Lenin, who had a politics based on the absence of trust. And now Gorbachev flips and is completely the opposite from Lenin, and saying that we have to trust the people. Otherwise, we have no socialism and we have no Soviet regime.
Gorbachev now spoke often about glasnost, a word that meant openness. The Soviet people were now free to talk about subjects that had long been forbidden. The nation soon found itself awash in a flood of revelations about the crimes of Joseph Stalin. But glasnost didn't stop there.
Contrary to what Gorbachev expected, they quickly disposed with Stalinism. They started talking. They went back all the way to Lenin, who to Gorbachev at that time was an icon.
And they quickly began to discover how unjust, how inequitable, how stupid economically the entire regime was. It was no longer Stalinism that was to blame. It's the entire system of one-party dictatorship based on the total ownership of economy by the state. Glasnost became it was a match, a burning match thrown in the pool of gasoline, and that all that's required was just giving it enough time to burn it.
General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
Under pressure from both within and without, the momentum of change accelerated.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
In March 1989, the Soviet Union held the first free parliamentary elections in its history.
A lot of communist bigwigs were just sort of kicked out.
Look at that! Look how big that is!
And some young faces, engineers, doctors, philosophers, journalists, suddenly became MPs, members of parliament.
Wow!
But 1989
that, by the way,
had only gotten...
What you just saw, that is actually really what the socialists have visioned for the United States. They want to do something like that that's much larger than what our current Congress is, because basically they would eliminate the Senate, they would eliminate the White House, they would eliminate the Supreme Court, they would have a significantly expanded House of Representatives that had like they would all be directly elected by the communities they're representing, but like significantly more than we have now.
Started. Poland was the first domino to fall. Solidarity, the independent trade union, had managed to survive
if we see Intifada in this,
1980s.
I swear to God.
Faced with rising discontent, the Polish communists finally gave in to demands for parliamentary elections.
There were free elections held, but there was a trick, which was there were certain seats that were supposed to be guaranteed for the government, which the opposition was not allowed to run against. And yet, it may be the only time in history that candidates ran unopposed and still lost.
Voters simply crossed the communists' names off the ballot. Meanwhile, Solidarity had captured 99 out of 100 seats in the new Senate. All the while, Moscow stood by in silence.
The Polish events had a huge effect on the Soviet Union. To see people like us doing something completely different, just standing up and opposing, that was something people couldn't believe. We couldn't believe it was happening on our doorstep. And in this respect, the victory of Solidarity-led coalition in parliamentary elections in June 1989 was something that started the final stage of the collapse of what was called the Eastern Bloc. Next year, the Warsaw Pact was gone.
Magyar Köztársaság!
Many of the Soviet republics began to assert their independence, while Gorbachev struggled to lay the groundwork for a post-Soviet Union of sovereign states. But a group of hard-line communist aides had had enough. In August 1991, they launched a coup and placed Gorbachev under house arrest. Tanks and troops appeared on the streets of Moscow. At the time, Konstantin Eggert was a newspaper reporter in Moscow.
Well, I rushed off to my editorial office in a city newspaper, and it was this feeling of, oh yeah, we know, here they clap. We know what they're going to do. They are not going to spare anyone.
Then something remarkable happened. Hundreds of thousands of citizens poured the streets to resist. Many of the soldiers joined them.
When it really went, not with a bang, but with a whimper. Nothing happened. Just all these mighty armies, KGB, all those people held sway over the country for 70 years. They just hid. Just ran away. There was nobody to defend it. It was a system without defenders.
In the middle of it all was Boris Yeltsin, the newly elected president of the Russian Federation. His popularity had now eclipsed Gorbachev's. After the coup collapsed, it was Yeltsin who issued a decree that effectively outlawed the Communist Party.
We should totally do that.
In the following months, the Russian republics voted one by one to declare their
Definitely do that. Interesting.
On Christmas Day, 1991,
thank you, we will do that.
Gorbachev resigned as leader of the disintegrating Soviet Union.
Thank you.
The once fearsome communist power was no more.
When I think about the fate of socialism, and when I think about the fate of socialism in other countries where it still supposedly exists, for example, China, I always remember this 1980s experience in Russia. You go to a small corner, very quiet, and whisper there, freedom. And suddenly it echoes all over the place, freedom, 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 and you can't stop it. It's like an avalanche. That's my impression of this era.
With the fall of the Soviet Union, the era of totalitarian socialism effectively came to a close. But did the collapse of communism mean the end of socialism?
The fall of communism at the end of the 1980s, celebrated at the time as a great victory for the right and for capitalism and for a defeat for socialism, actually, I believe, for socialism in the West, was a huge liberating moment. Because from that time, you were free of that contamination. You were free of that guilt by association. You had to be taken on your own terms. And that deprived the right of a major chunk of its armory.
Social democratic parties were making a comeback across Europe. By the late 1990s, they governed 12 of the 15 states in the European Union. But many of these parties looked less and less like the socialists of the past.
I do hereby declare that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly
The most
elected.
daring revisionist was Britain Tony Blair, who led the Labour Party to victory in 1997 with a landslide vote. The party, as Blair recreated it, is a far cry from the party of Attlee.
We always said that if we had the courage to change, then we could do it, and we did it.
What we wanted more than anything else was to be back in government. And it seemed that Tony Blair would do that by making what amounted to a clean start. Many Labour Party people did not realise how much of social democracy he intended to abandon.
Tony Blair was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, and spent most of his childhood in northern England. His father was active in politics, starting as a communist and ending up as a conservative.
No shit. I didn't know
A
that.
one-time frontman for a band called The Ugly Rumors, Tony himself came to politics only at the end of his college years.
He was a rebel, but he was quite a careful rebel. But there was also a much quieter side to him. I mean, he became a confirmed Christian at Oxford University with a passionate belief in social justice and left-wing political values.
Blair won his
Yeah, you're
first
definitely not
parliament
drunk,
seat in
Jennifer.
1983.
Definitely not
He
happening
was just
right
30
now.
years old. But he was bucking the national tide.
Margaret Hilda Thatcher, Conservative Party
Labour's fortunes were near the lowest point ever,
616.
and the party ticket was trounced by the Conservatives.
There was this sense that the different traditions that made up the Labour Party had been tried, failed, and that tradition therefore exhausted itself. So people like Blair, in a sense, had reason to think that they should remake the party from top to bottom.
57%.
In 1994, Labour leader John Smith died of a heart attack.
I therefore declare that Tony Blair is elected leader of the Labour.
The party turned to Blair.
This man, our new leader, has got what it takes. He commands moral authority and political respect. He has the energy and vitality to win people over to Labour. And he scares the life out of the Tories. And me.
Oh, this is a very exciting time, and there was a crusading sort of zeal to him and the key advisors around him, which was very exciting, but it was also worrying at times in terms of his ability to take the party with him at all times. I think that was best captured by the day that Tony Blair somewhat bellicosely announced at the Labour Party conference that he was prepared to embark on a review of the Constitution, or as he called it, our aims and values.
Let us say what we mean and mean what we say. Stop saying what we don't mean and start saying what we do mean, what we stand by, what we stand for.
The words may have been cryptic, but everyone in the Labour Party knew what Blair was talking about. Clause 4, the part of the Labour Party's charter that committed it to common ownership. Blair wanted to make clear to voters that the party no longer believed in this kind of socialism.
It is not the socialism of Marx or state control. We are the party of the individual because we are the party of community. It is
Thanks, Dragon Balls.
But Clause 4 had been around since 1918, and many in the Labour Party were not willing to give it up without a fight.
Clause 4 is a totemic thing. It's an icon. And people don't like those things being fiddled around with. It's like trying to change the prayer book in the Church of England. It causes all kinds of controversy.
The following year, Labour delegates gathered at Methodist Central Hall in Westminster, where the original Clause 4 was adopted 77 years before, to vote on Blair's new language.
For the new Clause 4, 65.23% against 34.
65% were in favor.
When Blair convinced the party to do away with the traditional socialist language of Clause 4, what was in its place was pure double talk, and you can read it over and over again without figuring out exactly what it's saying. But the meaning of that double talk became clear in action when Blair then started running for prime minister and leading the Labour Party in a new campaign, and the policies that he was advocating in the campaign were anything but socialist policies.
Now, what do you think, then, the relationship should be between the trade union and the Labour government?
Fairness, not favours. We're also putting forward proposals as to how we can involve the private sector as well as the public sector. It is a welfare-to-work budget.
What seemed to be essential for Tony Blair and New Labour was to create the impression of being a safe pair of hands. And the approach really boils down to several things. First, distancing the Labour Party from the trade unions. Second, appealing to middle-class swing voters who otherwise were voting conservatives. And finally, and most generally, making peace with the business world, with the British markets, and with capitalism.
Even those business people that aren't supporting Labour now know they've got a Labour Party that supports enterprise, that supports business.
As the 1997 general election approached, Blair's strategy seemed to be working.
Angel Eyes! Thank you, Angel Eyes. Appreciate you.
By the evening of May the 2nd, 1997, the votes had been counted. Labour rolled to its largest win ever, even topping Attlee's record victory in 1945.
All over this country, there were people that were crying out for a sensible, mainstream, moderate alternative to the Conservative Party. Today, enough of talking. It is time now to do. Thank you.
Blair easily won re-election in 2001. But his policies led many to wonder whether the Labour Party was still a socialist party.
Yeah, the Labour Party is a socialist party. The only problem is these days we're not so sure what socialism is. It's a socialist party in the sense that it stands for a conception of society and community.
Isn't it funny to see the UK when it was still white? Isn't it funny to see how different London looks now? Listen, and again, I don't actually, I don't judge people by their skin color. I'm just saying that there was a time when the United Kingdom was white and London was white, and it's not like that anymore. And there's nothing wrong with people who aren't white. I have no issue with them, except that some might say it's fundamentally changing the nature of what it means to be British. Because they're not British, they're immigrants. Nothing wrong with being an immigrant, but they're not British.
Community and people owing obligations to each other, and stands for what I said was that core belief about giving everybody in society access to things that society can offer. That, I think, is the core idea. And I think if you look at many of the programs that we're engaged in, you can still define them by that core idea.
The Prime Minister would say that New Labour was a redefinition.
It's crazy, right?
I believe it's a rejection.
I was there a couple of years ago. Same thing, yeah.
I believe that many things in
and
the
I
Labour
loved
Party's
London.
policy
I loved
needed
it.
to
I want to
change
go back
to meet the demands of the modern world. But I thought we ought to hold tight to our basic principles and see how those basic principles could be applied in the modern world. The Prime Minister's abandoned the basic principles.
Socialist or not, Blair's approach was catching on.
Same
Eventually, as many as 14 social democratic heads of state from Europe, South Africa, and New Zealand embraced similar policies. As they talked about the importance...
Listen, man, I mean no disrespect, and I think people should do whatever they want. I just really think that, like, maybe white women need to stop sleeping with non-white men. I'm just saying, like, I just think we would actually lose something from the culture if European genes were completely eliminated, which is kind of, and again, like, I truly don't care what skin color you are. I'm not one of those people who even says, like, race mixing is bad, because I actually don't care, but there's also a part of me that says that, like, at some point, like, white people are going to disappear. People with European, like, pure European ancestry are going to disappear. And I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't have anything against people of any ancestry. I really don't. I don't care. Like, I will not treat you differently on the basis of your skin color. I will not make assumptions on the basis of your skin color. Like, the whole race conversation makes me very, very uncomfortable. But, like, don't tell me that Europeans haven't contributed something to the world that's valuable. And don't tell me there's not something valuable about having European countries. I don't know. I'm probably phrasing it horribly. It will probably get clipped out of context. But yeah, I mean, European women don't have kids until their late 30s or 40s and only have, like, one kid. It's like, at some point, white people are going to disappear. That's just the way it goes. Like, I once heard this analogy. You know, the minute that you put a drop of, like, black ink in a bucket of white paint, you can't take the drop of black ink back out. You can't. It's done. And I don't know, man, like, I don't hate anyone. I don't care what color your skin is, because I have to keep saying that, because otherwise people will make assumptions, but shouldn't white people be able to, like, exist? Shouldn't we be able to exist? I mean, I'm French and Irish and British. I would kind of like the French and the Irish and the British to be able to exist.
Importance of inclusion and a social safety net, they increasingly acknowledge the necessity for capitalism. The triumph of free enterprise was the theme at the first annual Capitalist Ball in Brussels.
Capitalist Ball.
Revelers from around the world gathered on the floor of the Belgian Stock Exchange to celebrate capitalism.
I mean, the Belgians are white. The Belgians have a white king and a white queen, King Philippe and Queen Mathilde. The Belgians are about to have their first ever queen after King Philippe either abdicates or dies. She's white. I'm just saying there are still white cultures in the world. And I know all their royalty because I do.
The day before the ball, some of the people here got together to look at the future of socialism.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they thought
comrades.
Socialism.
Oh no, sorry, you're the wrong audience for that.
The conclusion was anything but an obituary.
Socialism will not die, but it will surely change into something else.
And I would argue that today socialism, after the failed experiment of the Soviet Union, has gone back to some of its 9th century features as an anti-establishment.
So this was 20 years ago. Do you guys think that any of the people talking about socialism and communism 20 years ago are prepared for queer Marxism? Because that's the socialism that's coming. I hope everyone understands this. Queer co-ops everything it touches. Queer is like a virus. It's a parasite that comes in and it wraps its webs around things. And queer co-ops everything it touches. Are the people that were against communism 20 years ago and were lecturing about how socialism is dead 20 years ago, do they have any idea that queer Marxism exists? Because it's a mutated strand of Marxism. It's not pure Marxism. It's something different. I don't think they do. I don't think any of them see it coming. And that's why I spend so much time on queer Marxism, because I don't think anyone sees this coming.
I believe that socialism is dead because I don't believe that the impulse which drives people towards the left, the desire to control, meddle and interfere in other people's lives, can ever die.
Liberty is always under threat, and socialism is one of those threats. And yet there's something dynamic and moral in the heart of socialism as well. It's that ambiguity that keeps the thing alive. And
Japan is allowed to have a hegemonist culture. China's allowed to. Why can't we?
At the 21st Annual Socialist Scholars Conference in New York City, a very different view prevailed.
We think that the break of the Soviet Union and the fall of the wall affected all the left. Social Democrats, because they lose some reference to build some model of regulation.
You don't go from what you've got to what you desire like that. You have to win a series of changes.
It's a mistake to equate the failure of particular socialist parties and regimes with the failure of socialism or the end of socialist values or vision.
Yeah, true.
They're a reflection of the fact that they were trying to build institutions at a certain point of time in a certain part of the world. And it was to be expected, given the dynamism and power of capitalism as a system, that the first attempts to build institutions to overthrow it would not be...
See, what did they just show? The socialist books. Because socialists publish books all the time about socialism. Do anti-communists publish books all the time about anti-communism? No. Do you want to know why? Because no one's fucking publishing those books. No one's writing the anti-communist books. No one's writing the anti-communist perspective. I mean, maybe there are a couple people, but not that many. And I promise you, major book publishers are not accepting books like that. This is part of the reason I started my own publishing company. I was just like, I will do it myself. You guys don't want to be a part of this, and you're going to take 1.5 years to publish something anyway? I'll just do it myself. I don't need your help, actually. I can just do it myself now. But socialists publish books all the time. They sell their books. They have these events. They have publishing houses. It's like, why aren't we doing this explicitly?
Be the perfect ones. And I'm sure that we'll see over the course of the next century loads of attempts to build new ones, new parties, new unions, new movements that will be socialist in their fundamental essence, that will learn from the mistakes of the past.
A non-reformist reform is to fight for these kinds of changes and many others in a manner which leaves us, when we win, not going home, but desiring more.
Many at the conference said the anti-globalization and anti-war movements may hold the seeds of socialism's future. But some believe the idea might not always go by the same name.
A lot of people, when they hear that label, they immediately reject it. Oh, socialism, I've been taught that that's wrong. So I don't necessarily feel the need to use that label. I mean, I like the term economic democracy. I think that's a fantastic term because I think that's
economic
the way people
democracy.
Can start to think about it.
All right, bro.
We need to start extending democracy to the sphere of economics.
Here and elsewhere, there seem to be no shortage of arguments that socialist ideas can still play a vital role in politics.
If you look at what some of the market ideologues were saying at the time the wall came down at the end of the 1980s, and their victory dances were so exaggerated that they were very much, seemed to me, like the Marxists of old, who thought they had sort of cracked the secret of history. But of course you don't crack the secret of history because you find it throws up new problems for you. The market won in that sense, insofar as there was no organized alternative to it. Hadn't won in the sense that the choice had not been removed as to whether you want a market economy or whether you want to extend that into a market society.
Social democracy has always been characterized by its belief that markets have an important economic function, but its distaste for their impact on social and political outcomes. This is what differentiates social democrats from Marxists, from communists, and this sense or this desire to use the market to harness the most powerful economic mechanism available, but to not allow it to kind of determine what happens in the political or social sphere. This is still an idea or a vision that has immense appeal and is still very relevant to the 21st century.
The new century begins. Social democratic parties govern most of Europe. But the policies they offer bear little resemblance to the heady dreams of their socialist forebears. Amid electoral politics, the quest to remake human nature and create a heaven on earth has all but been abandoned.
It turns out that social democracy or democratic socialism is a contradiction in terms. In many cases, socialist parties have gotten it into power, like Mitterrand in France, like Attlee in England, like German social democrats, and set about trying to march step by step to socialism. In every single case, after a certain number of years, they've reversed course. For all the socialist parties we've had in scores of countries around the world, there's not been one case in which a free electorate has wanted to continue a march all the way to socialism. They've always taken a few steps that way and then wanted to pull back.
At some point, they're not going to have a choice. They're going to overthrow the government.
The farthest socialism ever advanced democratically was in Israel's kibbutzim. For years, the kibbutzim have been tiptoeing away from a completely communal way of life. But basic socialist principles still held. Members contributed what they could, and the kibbutz provided for their needs.
Yep.
Now, though, communities like Ginosar are undergoing a transformation so complete, many wonder if they can still call themselves kibbutzim.
Yeah, exactly, because all the kids left.
The first generation followed in our footsteps. The second generation, less. And the third generation, the ones who now are running the kibbutz, they're completely different.
It all began in the late 1970s, when Israel's labor government fell to the conservatives, and the kibbutzim lost much of the financial support that had sustained them. When a debt crisis hit Israel in 1985, the kibbutzim found themselves holding loans they could not pay back.
Until 1985, the kibbutz member could always say to himself, well, there are problems, we're not so sure about whether our way of life is better than the way the rest of the world lives.
Awakening from the utopia.
After this, after the economic crisis hit, they couldn't say that anymore.
By the late 1970s and early 1980s, the first children born on the kibbutzim had grown up and had children and grandchildren of their own. Now that the urgent task of building a nation had passed, the younger generations were becoming disillusioned with life on the kibbutz.
The kibbutzniks shared with other socialists the idea that people were a product of their socialization, and that if you brought people up in a system of complete justice, you could create a new man, that is, someone who was devoid of selfish individualism and who would really think and live for the welfare of the group as a whole. And it turns out to be exactly the opposite.
The kibbutz children grew up into intelligent, enterprising, hard-working, constructive individuals, but they did not grow up as socialists.
We lived a very austere life, the most one could, and this didn't appeal to the children. As long as they lived within the warm confines of the kibbutz, they didn't see what went on outside. The moment they saw there was something completely different in the army and elsewhere, that's when the problem started with people leaving.
Moshe Abbas's daughter Noah was one of those who considered leaving.
I think the kibbutz is generally not natural. It goes completely against nature. It's the complete opposite of human nature. Because you work very hard and give everything you've got. You work at several jobs, and in return you get the same as someone who doesn't work.
To keep skilled workers, Ginosar and other kibbutzim began paying salaries based not on need, but on market value. They even began to hire foreign labor for the lowest-paying jobs.
They brought in advisors from the outside that said, well, I was looking after the kibbutz gardens is worth this and this per month. The teacher in the school is worth so much, and the childcare worker in the kindergarten is worth this much. And everyone got
Don't worry,
their
I'm
own
not
wage.
important.
That, to my mind, is the crucial change in the kibbutz. When the principle of from each according to his ability to each according to his needs was changed and people got what they earned.
Today, Ginosar has joined most of the rest of the world in embracing capitalism.
It really wasn't important, guys. It really wasn't important. Don't worry about it.
And like three-quarters of the kibbutzim, it is working toward turning over ownership of housing to individual members. The kibbutzniks will become homeowners.
I think those who stayed thanks to the changes. If changes hadn't been made, I wouldn't be here either. And thanks to the changes, we saved every penny. As a school principal, and my husband who works at 2 jobs, we managed to get our own private car. 2 weeks ago, at the age of almost 43, I have a car. I have independence, and this change for me is excellent. It became worthwhile to work. In the past, we used to work because of values, and now there are new values. The supreme value, we are ordinary human beings after all, is money, and quality of living, and the promise to our children that they will get something.
All these changes have led many to wonder if the kibbutzim are on their way to becoming little more than suburbs with a socialist heritage.
Hey, Brooklyn! Thank
There was no
you.
chance that we could continue this kind of lifestyle, which is found nowhere else in the world. Nowhere else where people of their own free will would live for years and years in such a communal and collective way. The country doesn't need us anymore. This thing, this way of life, has reached its end. It has spent itself. As far as reason goes, the kibbutz must come to an end.
The kibbutzim were the one place or group of places on earth where real, pure socialism, just as it was imagined by all the great socialist visionaries, was actually put into practice, and put into practice democratically. And the ironic ending was that the same people, after a certain number of years, democratically voted to turn away from socialism and to put the kibbutz on some other basis. And I think that constitutes the final proof that socialism, except coerced as in China or Russia, but socialism as a voluntary way for societies to live is simply an impossibility, that people ultimately won't be satisfied living that way.
I would love to talk to that guy today.
As you might imagine, I am not a socialist,
I'm gonna be
although
like,
I
do you know
applaud
about
some
queer?
of the reforms that socialists
I'm gonna reach out to the
brought
guy
our
and be
way.
like, have you
But
encountered
as I
queer?
think
Because
about
things have changed.
socialism, my thoughts keep returning to America. At the same time the socialist faith was beginning to take shape on the European continent, a group of former British colonists were also building a new society, but they had something different in mind. America's founders tailored our system to people as they are, not as they should be in some ideal world in the future. And that system has seen socialism's rise and now its decline. Democratic capitalism is not perfect, but it works as well as anything we've seen. For those who want to improve the world, it's something to keep in mind. Thank you for watching. For Think Tank, I'm Ben Wattenberg.
All right. Well, guys, we made it through the full documentary. I really enjoyed that. I mean, listen, I actually do want to reach out to that guy that wrote the book that documentary was based on, and I want to bring him on the channel. I want to be like, have you heard about queer yet? Do you want, because I know this was 20 years ago, things have changed. Have you heard about queer? Let me explain to you queer. But you know what? We might do that another day. I hope you guys enjoyed the documentary. I hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. I want to thank everyone who came out for my birthday. I want to thank everyone, especially who sent in a super chat for my birthday. It's really great. I really do appreciate it. You know, it's not just about the money, although I do appreciate the money, but it's like, you know, there's something about knowing that my work matters to people, because I don't often think that my work matters to people. Sometimes I think I'm just sitting alone in my second bedroom screaming into the ether and no one is listening to me. But you know, kind of things like my birthday and things like big events, when people kind of come back out and they come out, like they make it a priority, like it really does show that I know my work matters to people, and I really do appreciate you guys. And if you want to support the work I'm doing, please come back to Socialism Saturday. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Please come to the streams during the week. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. We mostly do deep dives into the far left. Thank you, Nick. I do appreciate that. If you want to support the work I'm doing, head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. If you really want to give me a great birthday present, if you haven't already, click on this article right here. It says, it's my birthday. Here's the best present you can give me. The best present you can give me is becoming a paid supporter of my work, because as a reminder, I am 100% funded by you guys. I am not part of any think tank. I'm not part of any political group. My only job is to show up and show you the evidence for yourself, and to tell you the truth, and to let you look at what's actually going on. And I think I do it pretty well, and I appreciate when people do support the work I'm doing. Also, I do have several books out right now that you can buy, including the book that you heard the review of earlier, The Communist Manifesto, A Revolutionary Fairy Tale. You can buy that now on Amazon in paperback and in Kindle, and I really hope you guys do. Can I just say, I am so proud of this book. This book was such a stretch for me. This book was something that I have never done before. This book was a story that I've had in my head for probably, well, at least like a couple of years, like really strongly. But I've always loved dystopian fiction, and I've had a story like this in my head for a long time, and I'm so excited to finally release it. The people I've talked to, maybe they're lying to me, but I've gotten some good feedback on it. I was very happy that Mio came on and gave his review, and I will be talking to Mio later. If you guys want to follow them, they're on cozy.tv. It's politically provoked, so I guess pay attention. I will let you guys know when I'm on Mio's stream. Jennifer said, Karlyn did a really good and interesting job of making important political points. Read it. I appreciate you guys, Jennifer. I appreciate everyone who read the book before it was published. Everything is settled with my grandma, so I'm going to read it this week. I appreciate that, Chris. If you guys read the book and you enjoy it, please leave it a 5-star review on Amazon. 5 stars only. If you have anything less than 5 stars, keep it to yourself. But I am really proud of this book. And listen, I was starting to question. I was like, Jennifer, you'll appreciate this. I was starting to question, is that white book cover the right choice? Because I felt like it was blending in on Amazon, like it doesn't have a border or anything. And so I understand that it kind of blends in. And then I got my proofing copy for people who haven't seen it yet. Don't pay attention to this gray line. This is just because this is a proofing copy of the book. Your book won't have the gray line if you buy it. But Jennifer, just like look at the book. You have to imagine it without the gray line. But come on. The stark white book cover looks so fucking cool. It's got a giant fuck off skull on the back. I have ordered copies that don't have the gray line, so those will be coming in a couple days, guys. But like, the white book cover was the right choice. I'm sorry. It looks fucking badass. It just looks, so it might blend in on Amazon, but it looks so cool in person, and I can't change it. It looks so good. There's just something about very stark white with black that I love. Anyway, guys, other ways you can support the work I'm doing are by heading over to decodetheleft.com. Did you guys know that I'm starting to push out to do more speaking and presentations to groups? You can find out more about that over at decodetheleft.com. Reach out to me. Bring me to speak to your group. Bring me to show your group what information I have. I have presentations for all different types of groups. Some groups I would charge for. Some groups I would do it for free with, like, you know, people can donate and stuff like that if they want to. It really just depends on the type of group. So if you have a group in your community that you would like to share this information with, get in touch with me. I will come and do the How to Speak Socialist presentation. You can actually find on decodetheleft.com/speaking. Here are some presentations I can do for your group and your community. Of course, always showing primary source evidence so people can decide for themselves what they think. That's another way you can support the work I'm doing. And of course, sharing the work I'm doing is number one. I do not stream on Sundays, so tomorrow I will be taking the day off. But what you can do is you can look for this digest email. Not this email. This is last week's email, but I will send out a digest email tomorrow. We will be watching tomorrow in the supporter Discord. We will be watching Stephen King's It. Not the remake, the original TV movie. We will be watching part 1 and part 2 of the original Stephen King's It as part of my month of narcissism movie night tomorrow. If you've never seen the original miniseries, it is awesome. It is amazing. and we will be watching part 1 and 2 back to back tomorrow in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. And then Jennifer, what movie is John Morgan watching on Monday? Remind me what movie John Morgan's watching on Monday. It's a good one. I feel like it's South Park. Is John Morgan watching South Park on Monday? Yeah, Beep Beep Richie. Exactly, Beep Beep Richie. You cannot beat the original clown in the original It. Yes. So John Morgan is watching South Park, the South Park movie on Monday at 9 p.m. in the supporter Discord. How you get access to the supporter Discord is you head over to, I meant Mac B. If I said something else, I meant Mac B. I'm sorry. I'm drunk. Okay. But if you head over to the digest email, what you do is you scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath that red box for supporters, you will find a link to the supporter Discord. What did I say? I swear in my head I heard Mac B. In my head, I said Mac B, okay? No disrespect to Mac B. But, oh, I said John Morgan? Go home, Karlyn. You're drunk, okay? Okay. No. You guys know what I meant. Come join us in the supporter Discord on tomorrow night and Monday. And I'm drunk, so I need to get off the internet. Yeah, I just noticed John Morgan was in the chat and it just inserted his name. All right, guys, I will be back on Monday. I will not be drunk on Monday, I swear. But I might be drunk tomorrow for movie night in the supporter Discord. So come join us at 8 p.m. to watch Stephen King's It. Come join us on Monday to watch South Park on Monday at 9 p.m. for Mac B's movie night. I don't mean any disrespect to Mac B. And again, thank you guys for coming out for my birthday. I really do appreciate it. Love you all. Appreciate you all. And I'll see you next time. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. did influence my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.